A service of KIBMradio.com, the Internet's home for an all-old-time radio.
And now, Backstage Wife, the story of Mary Noble and what it means to be the wife of a famous star. No one is able to say just how badly Mary's face has been burned by the acid that Claudia Vincent threw at her when she had been proven guilty of the murder of Oliver Wilson. Ever since, Mary's been lying in a New York hospital heavily bandaged about the face and hands. She's happy in the knowledge that Larry is freed of the false charge of the murder which Claudia actually committed backstage at the Hamilton Theater. And at the same time, wealthy Rupert Barlow, who's been desperately infatuated with Mary for months past, is spending most of his time at his luxurious Long Island estate at Oyster Bay. Right now, we find him comfortably seated before a glowing fire in his library as Julia Dixon, his attractive housekeeper, appears with a tea tray. And we hear...
Are you ready for tea, Rupert?
Quite ready, my dear. Oh, shall I help you with that tray?
Oh, I can manage if you'll just clear a place on the table, please.
Of course. There you are, my dear. You really should let one of the other girls carry that tray. I'm afraid it's too heavy for you.
Oh, it's not too heavy at all. And besides, it's such a novelty to have you here at tea time. I'd gladly carry one twice as heavy.
Well, thank you, Julia. Very good of you to say that.
I mean every word. You've no idea how nice it's been these past days, with you at home so much. I'd almost forgotten what you looked like.
Oh, nonsense. I haven't been away as much as all that.
Your tea, Rupert?
Thank you, Julia. I believe I'll have a spot of rum in it. Will you join me?
No, thanks. I prefer lemon.
Well, in that case, just bring the decanter and put it on the table.
Won't you try those little cakes, Rupert? They're particularly good.
I will indeed.
I believe I enjoy tea more than any meal of the day. Such a delightfully cozy meal.
Mm-hmm.
And in front of a nice wood fire. Really is comfortable, don't you think?
Yes, very.
Perhaps you'd like to have me play some music softly in the background.
What is this sudden surge of energy all about, Julia? I'm not helpless. I don't want you to wait on me. I just want you to sit and enjoy your tea.
I'm just trying to make a fuss over you, dear. You do like a fuss made over you, don't you?
Well, at times, certainly.
Yes, and by some certain people. For example, Mary Noble.
Well, come now, Julia. Why bring her name into this? Isn't the poor girl having trouble enough lying there in the hospital, not knowing what to expect when her bandages are finally removed?
You haven't made an effort to see her, Rupert. I'm rather surprised at that.
Well, why should you be? I don't suppose Mary is receiving visitors at present.
Well, just the same, it does seem strange. Have you sent her a message? Or shouldn't I ask?
I sent her some flowers. Does that satisfy your curiosity?
I guess so. Still, it's hard to get used to your present attitude. You seem quite calm in the face of disaster.
Well, I hardly know what I could do in any case. I assume everything is being done that can be done.
I expect so. Perhaps I understand your behavior after all.
What do you mean?
You wouldn't care to become too deeply involved if Mary should be badly scarred.
That's a very unpleasant thing to say, Julia.
It's true all the same. You want to make sure that your beloved Mary is the same beautiful creature she was before you commit yourself further.
If you mean to be unpleasant, I don't mind saying I shall take the car and go somewhere else.
Oh, please don't, Rupert. I won't say another word. I'm far too happy to be here with you. It's like the days 10 years ago when you promised me so much. And I believed every word.
Oh, now really, Julia. If you mean to start hounding me about getting married...
No, I don't. I've already told you I'm no longer expecting to marry you.
You mean that?
Of course. Does it surprise you so much? After all, there's a limit to even my credulity, Rupert.
Rupert Barlow glances at Julia Dixon uneasily, not quite sure he likes this new point of view. And in the meantime, Larry Noble has just returned to his wife's room in the New York hospital. And as he approaches her bed quietly...
Is that you, Larry?
Did I wake you?
No, I've been awake.
How'd you guess who it was? You sure you haven't been peeking, Mary?
I'd know your step anywhere. Besides, I can always sense it when you're in the room.
Is that good or bad?
It's very good, for me.
How do you feel, honey?
I'm getting along very well, darling. But you sound so tired. Didn't you go back to the Green Room Club as you said you would?
Yeah, sure, I was there.
Did you rest?
Uh-huh.
I know you didn't. I can tell by your voice. Oh, darling, you sound worn out. I wish you wouldn't let yourself get too tired. It worries me.
You forget about me and concentrate on yourself, Mary. There's nothing wrong with me. Nothing a good swift kick and $100,000 wouldn't cure.
Oh, Larry.
Well, it's true, isn't it? If I'd listened to you or to Maud Marlowe or to any one of our friends, you wouldn't be here today. I'd have dropped Claudia Vincent like a hotcake. There'd never have been any trouble.
Oh, it's no good blaming yourself, darling. It's all over and finished now.
Is it? Then what are you doing here? All wrapped up in bandages so that I can't even recognize you till you start talking.
I wonder if you ever will be able to recognize me.
Oh, now, don't say that, Mary. You're going to be all right. I'm going to get every specialist in this country, in the world if necessary. I'm going to see to it that there's no scar or blemish to mark your beautiful face.
You'd better wait and see what the doctors have to say. Don't worry, dearest. Soon we'll be back in Rosehaven. Just you and Larry Jr. and me. Oh, and I'll be so happy.
You will. I'll see to that.
Darling, what about Larry Jr.? What have you told him? What does he know about all this?
Nothing. He's still staying with the Bakers next door. They persuaded me to let him stay on, and I couldn't very well refuse.
I think it's terribly kind of Florence and Walter Baker. I know Larry Jr. is having the time of his life, with his best friend Stanley right in the house.
Oh, sure. And Duke, the kid was crazy to stay near his dog. You know, I think he missed that spaniel more than he missed either of us.
I wouldn't be surprised. Oh, Larry, I'm so homesick. It's been such a long time.
Don't I know it? But we'll get back, honey. Just leave everything to me from here on in.
I will. If you'll promise not to worry. I know what a strain this is going to be and how you hate to be so deeply in debt.
Oh, don't you worry about that, Mary.
Have you had a chance to talk to Harold Ramsey yet?
Yes.
Did you ask him if he thought about putting the play back on Broadway?
Yes, I asked him. But he doesn't think there's much chance. The backers have all been paid off. We'd have to raise money all over again.
But it was a big hit.
Well, all I know is that Ramsey doesn't think there's a chance of getting the play back on. He thinks the Hamilton Theater is out for one thing.
Well, I must say I don't think it would be very pleasant to return to the Hamilton after all that happened there. I'll always remember the ghastly sight of Oliver Wilson hanging in the wings.
You and me both.
Darling, I'm sorry Mr. Ramsey is so pessimistic about the play, because I know how much it would mean to you to get right back to work.
Oh, there'll be other things, Mary.
Yes, I know. But will you try to remember that? And not get too depressed if you don't get a suitable play right away.
Now, what are you trying to do, Mary? Cheer me up. Aren't we getting this situation kind of twisted around? You're the patient, you know.
But I mean it, Larry. I know how terribly worried you get when things are bad, and there are going to be so many bills. I realize that. Just try not to let them make you too nervous.
Oh, now, you leave all that to me. Seems to me the least I can do is to shoulder the burden of supporting us. All I want you to think about is getting out of here and back home.
Oh, it's all that matters to me, Larry.
Me too. Oh, what happened to all those flowers I saw when I went out?
Flowers?
Yes, your nurse had practically a truckload of roses out in the hall when I left here a while ago.
Oh, those flowers.
Yeah, what happened to them?
I had Miss Clark take them to the wards. They were too much for this room.
I can't imagine anyone sending so many at one time.
Oh, it does seem foolish. But I'm sure they'll be well appreciated in the wards. So it was a nice thought after all.
Larry fights back his desire to tell Mary that he knows the flowers were sent by Rupert Barlow, but he's determined not to bring the subject up. However, he can't help wondering, even now, if Rupert is ever going to be out of their lives. Well, be sure to be listening tomorrow to Backstage Wife, the story of Mary Noble and her husband Larry Noble, famous Broadway star.
comedy episode of Our Miss Brooks, written by Al Lewis. Well, Tuesday, January 3rd, marks the end of the holidays, and teachers and pupils all over the country return to their various halls of learning. Our Miss Brooks, who teaches English at Madison High School, was discussing her vacation with her landlady at breakfast last Tuesday.
I guess vacations are necessary sometimes, Connie. But now I suppose you're looking forward to returning to dear old Madison High with considerable enthusiasm.
Yes, indeed, Mrs. Davis. With all the enthusiasm of a sailor returning to his dear old submarine after a 2-week vacation on Bally.
You'll get back into the swing in no time, Connie. Is Walter Denton picking you up this morning?
Yes, he is, and I hope he's on time. Our beloved principal is designated today as Board of Education Day.
Oh? What sort of ceremony is Mr. Conklin planning?
Well, Mr. Stone, the head of the board, will be there for his annual oiling. And Mr. Conklin will have the whole school lined up on the campus. Some of the students will even march past Mr. Stone carrying the flag.
Well, it can't do any harm, Connie. The board might decide to get you teachers a raise in the coming year.
I hope so. Then maybe next year we'll be strong enough to carry the flag. I'll get it. Be right there.
I'll take the dishes into the kitchen.
All right, Mrs. Davis, and thanks for breakfast. Good morning, Walter.
It's more than that, Miss Brooks.
This is the morning when the glorious gates of learning swing open anew. When the candlelighting aroma of chalk and pencil shavings beckons us all, teachers and pupils alike, to join hands amidst the clanging of bells, come gaily skipping back to the black hole of Calcutta. Why, Walter, I didn't know you had it in you, and I wish you'd put it back. You did have a nice vacation, didn't you?
Oh, sure I did, Miss Brooks. That is, up to last night. And then I was practically ruined by Mr. Conklin. He ordered me to write an editorial for the Madison Monitor on what the Board of Education means to me.
Did you write it?
Well, sure I did. And you know what a tyrant old Marblehead can be when Mr. Conklin can be when you cross him. But as a believer in freedom of the press, I really gave that Board of Education both barrels.
Walter, this is a new year. Don't you think one barrel would have been enough?
Well, giving us Monday off after New Year's Day and then making us go to school Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday is downright sadistic.
Well, it's better than not having Monday off, isn't it?
Well, sure, but it's not as good as having the rest of the week off, too.
I'm with you there, Walter. It would also be nice if they gave us February and March off. But that isn't the way the board works.
And sometimes I doubt if they work at all. But it's all in this editorial, Miss Brooks. Here, I told Mr. Conklin you'd proofread it and bring it into his office this morning.
Me?
Well, sure. Hey, you're faculty advisor to the school paper, aren't you? Oh, don't be nervous about handing it to him, Miss Brooks. Just toss it on his desk.
I can only do that if you'll agree to do something for me.
Oh, what's that, Miss Brooks?
Notify my next of kin. Look, Walter, Mr. Conklin wants to start the year off with a spirit of cooperation. You'd better destroy this literary Frankenstein.
Oh, I couldn't do that, Miss Brooks. But I'll think it over on the way to school and maybe amend some of my statements.
Fine. I'll just slip on my coat and we can get going.
Oh, swell. My pal Stretch is waiting out in the car and he's pretty brought down.
Stretch Snodgrass? What's the matter with him?
Oh, you know what a great athlete Stretch is. He can pick up any sport in a second. But he can't seem to absorb much with his brain. He's afraid that during the holidays he forgot everything he learned all term. You know what I mean?
I know exactly what you mean. The alphabet.
Go ahead, Stretch. Tell Miss Brooks what's bothering you. She might be able to help you out.
I'll certainly try, Stretch. What's your immediate problem?
Everything.
Good. As long as you've got it localized, I can help you.
Well, I need everything at school, Miss Brooks. You see, I just got to stay eligible for basketball. Mr. Boynton says I got to take a biology test pretty soon. And I forgot so much during our vacation, I'm afraid I'm just not no good at no biology no more.
Stretch, it is incorrect to use a double negative in the sentence. You just used 4 of them.
Oh, and what I said was okay, huh? Gee, I'm so glad I didn't forget none of my English like I forgot about my animals in biology. Gosh, I used to know my animals like I know my ABCs.
I
I was right about the alphabet. Yeah, I guess you were. Go on, Stretch. Tell Miss Brooks some more about the test.
Well, I think it's going to be mostly about birds and monkeys and stuff like that there.
What, where?
I got to know the names of the different kind of baboons, which I used to know real good, but I forgot.
Well, don't worry about it, Stretch. If you want me to, I'll meet you after school and review your lessons with you.
Oh, that'd be keen, Miss Brooks. Gosh, I'll bet even the baboons know the names of all the other baboons.
Well, don't worry about that either. If you just concentrate and spend the next couple of years studying, you'll be as smart as any other baboon.
I've summoned you to my office, Miss Brooks, to inform you of the fact that at 1 o'clock Mr. Stone is due to arrive. So promptly at 12:55, the students and faculty will line up outside between the old cannon and the flagpole.
Yes, sir.
Then I will greet Mr. Stone and read aloud the editorial which is to appear in the next issue of the Madison Monitor.
Oh, the editorial.
I am not finished, Miss Brooks. The editorial is called What the Board of Education Means to Me, and was written by Walter Denton. Now, as you know, I am not overly fond of young Denton, but as my daughter Harriet pointed out to me, he does get off some good editorial.
He gets off some tips. But, Mr. Conklin, I don't...
He said you'd deliver this one to me after proofreading it, Miss Brooks. May I have it, please?
Have it, please? But, Mr. Conklin, I haven't got it, and neither has Walter. He told me he lost it on the way to school today.
Lost it? That's out of the question. He's just trying to delay.
Mr. Conklin, if you're going to use an editorial as a welcoming speech, you should write it yourself.
Me?
Of course, you're a master of the editorial form. Why, even your interclass communications are sheer poetry.
They are?
Certainly they are. You sit right down at your desk, Mr. Conklin, and start creating.
Well, I do have a way with words, I suppose, yes. But I'll draft a speech this morning and send it to you at lunchtime, Miss Brooks, for proofreading. Not that you'll find any grammatical errors.
Oh, of course not.
But correct every one you find. One more thing before you go. I'd like some exciting conclusion to the ceremonies I've planned on the campus. Something that would really wind it up in a spectacular manner. Any suggestions, Miss Brooks?
Well, you say we're lining up between the cannon and the flagpole?
That is correct.
Then I think I've got just the idea for you, Mr. Conklin.
Oh, what is it, Miss Brooks?
Let's shoot Walter Denton out of the cannon. What the Board of Education means to me. But when the epic didn't arrive at noon, I decided to expose myself to a luncheon invitation from Mr. Boynton and hurried toward the biology laboratory. Just a few doors from my goal, I was intercepted by Madison's athletic giant and mental midget, Stretch Snodgrass.
Excuse me, Miss Brooks, but could I see you for a minute?
I suppose so, Stretch. What's on your... What's new?
Mr. Conklin appointed me messenger of the day. That means I'm supposed to deliver messages.
Thanks. What did you want to see me about?
Mr. Conklin told me to deliver his Board of Education speech to you during the lunch period. That's why I stopped you just now.
Why?
I ain't got it.
I haven't got it.
Oh, I know you ain't got it. Well, I'm supposed to give it to you.
Well, why ain't you got it?
You ain't give it to me yet.
One of us is getting nowhere in my English class. Now, if you'll excuse me, Stretch.
Oh, sure, Miss Brooks.
Just leave the speech in Mr. Boynton's lab as soon as Mr. Conklin gives it to you. I've been anticipating this luncheon date for some time.
Okay, Miss Brooks. I'm sorry I held you up.
That's all right.
I didn't mean to take up so much of your time.
It's all right, Stretch.
I didn't know you were anticipating.
So long, Stretch.
Come in. Well, Miss Brooks, I'll be with you in just a minute. Been trying to correct this biology test paper. It's an essay.
Oh?
I can hardly make out the names. The writing is so illegible. Let's see. Could it be Snodgrass?
What's the title of the essay?
A man's best friend is his animals.
It's Snodgrass, all right.
Listen to this. Lovebirds is very nice pet as they don't never bother nobody hardly, but is all the time busy making love. Isn't that terrible?
You can't knock it to me. Yes, it is pretty bad.
Here's another paragraph. Baboons is pretty big, and the mandrill is the biggest baboon of all. They make very nice pets as they don't never bother nobody hardly, but is all the time busy making love.
You ought to change the title to An Animal's Best Friend is His Animals. You can finish that later, Mr. Boynton. Let's go to lunch, huh?
Very well, Miss Brooks. Yeah, I hope we run into Walter Denton in the cafeteria. These papers must have fallen out of his briefcase this morning. I'd like to return them. Seems to be an editorial for the school paper.
Oh, let's see that. What the Board of Education Means to Me by Walter Denton. I'm glad I discovered this in time. As faculty advisor to the paper, Mr. Conklin would hold me responsible for the most embarrassing incident that ever happened in Madison.
What do you mean, Miss Brooks? What's in the editorial?
Just a pint or two of Walter's spleen. It's a blast at the board, which I'm going to tear up right now.
Yeah, Miss Brooks, just a minute. Look what you've done. You've torn up Stretch's essay along with the other one.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Boynton. What were you planning to do with it? Send it to the Congressional Library? Such deathless prose. Baboons don't never bother nobody hardly, but is all the time busy making love. What am I laughing at? It could happen to both of us.
Miss Brooks, Mr. Boynton. Oh, I guess they went to lunch. Well, I'll just leave Mr. Conklin's speech in his desk.
Hiya, Stretch. I heard about the ceremonies we're going to have.
Yeah, Walter. Mr. Stone's coming down, and we all got to line up and greet him.
And boy, is he going to get a greeting. I'm cooking some powder down in the chem lab that I'm going to put in back of the old cannon. And when Mr. Stone gets here, we'll give him a salute that'll hear till he's 90.
Do you think Mr. Conklin will like that?
He doesn't know about it yet. But what's this on the desk here? Oh, what the Board of Education means to me. Say, I thought I lost this editorial while I was in here this morning.
What editorial?
This one. Gee, I'm glad I found it. Miss Brooks was right. This could get me in a lot of trouble.
But Walter,
this thing is dynamite. I'm going to tear it up right now.
But you shouldn't. There's something I got to tell you.
In a minute. Now, what is it, Stretch?
That wasn't your editorial you just tore up.
It wasn't?
No. It was a speech that Mr. Conklin's been sweating out all morning.
Huh?
Yeah. He told me to give it to Miss Brooks. But don't worry, Walter. I'm very good at jigsaw puzzles. I'll just pick the pieces out of the wastebasket and paste them together again.
Oh, golly. I better help you. Oh, but the chem lab. I got powder cooking.
You better get back there, Walter. This will be easy for me to do honest. You go on back and make some real good explosives. It'll liven the place up a bit.
I guess I better, Stretch. But whatever you do, get that speech pasted together fast.
Okay, pal. Let's see. There's more papers in this basket than I thought. Well, here's one piece that fits to another. Oh, no, it don't either. Well, it almost fits. Oh, it'll be good enough.
Walter Denton. Oh, yes, Miss Brooks. Have you seen Stretch anywhere? I've looked all over the grounds for him. Walter, what are you doing with that cannon? Cannon? I'm just polishing it, Miss Brooks. I want everything to look spick and span when Mr. Stone gets here. Well, he better not get here until Stretch shows up with Mr. Conklin's speech. I don't know what they'll do with that.
There you are, Miss Brooks. Have you finished checking my speech?
Not really, Mr. Conklin.
What do you mean, not really?
I haven't begun. That is, I haven't begun to enjoy anything as much as I did that speech of yours. Stretch is carrying it for me.
Excuse me, Miss Brooks, but here's the speech. It's right in this folder.
Nice timing, Stretch. See, Mr. Conklin, here's your speech.
Oh, not a minute too soon. I think this is Mr. Stone's car driving up now. Attention, everyone. Bring out those lines. That's right. Now, Miss Brooks, you stand on my left. I'll stand here by the cannon.
Get a little closer to the cannon, Mr. Conklin. Stand them together.
Quiet, gentlemen. Now, remember, when Mr. Stone steps out of the car, I'll count 3, and we'll all salute him.
I certainly will.
Ready now? 1, 2...
Whoa!
What in the world did you put in that pen?
Oh, it's just sort of a giant firecracker, Miss Brooks. What is she?
Would somebody please help me up?
Oh, of course, Mr. Conklin. There you are, sir. Everything all right? There's no reason to be embarrassed. That wasn't Mr. Stone's car.
How?
I said that wasn't Mr. Stone's car.
Don't stand there flapping your lips. Say something.
He can't hear a word you're saying. He was standing so close to the cannon, it must have plugged up his ears. Oh, no. This is terrible, Walter.
What's that? What did you say?
We into his office. He seems stunned.
This is James. Come on, gang. 3 cheers for Mr. Conklin.
Yay, Mr. Conklin! Yay, Mr. Conklin! Yay, Mr. Conklin!
What's going on here? Why is everyone so quiet?
Poor Mr. Conklin.
Oh, golly, Miss Brooks. You don't think Daddy's hearing will be permanently impaired, do you?
Of course not, Harriet. This is just a temporary condition. Shall I say come in, Mr. Conklin?
Yes? What's that? What?
Come in. Hi, Miss Brooks. How's Mr. Conklin's hearing? Very bad, Walter.
Good. We're going to shoot off the cannon again.
But, Walter...
That was Denton, wasn't it? Did he have anything to do with that explosion by the cannon?
Oh, I'm sure he didn't, Daddy. I said I'm sure he didn't, Daddy.
That's right, Mr. Conklin. It just exploded. I say it just exploded.
It certainly is corroded. I don't understand what happened. That cannon hasn't been touched since the Spanish-American War. It's absolutely useless.
What do you mean useless? We won, didn't we?
You're right. It is unusual for Mr. Stone to be so late. He's quite a busy man, though.
Gosh, Miss Brooks, do you think Daddy's hearing is getting any better at all?
Come in.
Improving by leaps and bounds. Harriet, please go out and tell Walter to stop that racket at once.
How to, Miss Brooks? But you'll see with Daddy, won't you?
Certainly, and don't worry about him, Harriet. He's not in any pain.
All right, Miss Brooks. See you later, Daddy.
Miss Brooks, when Mr. Stone does get here, I don't want him to think there's anything wrong with my hearing or anything else. If he suspected that a cannon had exploded on school property, he'd go back to the board in a tizzy.
I understand, Mr. Conklin, and in view of your condition, I think it might be a good idea if I were to read your speech to him.
In view of my condition, it might be a good idea if you were to read my speech to him.
Quite an echo in here.
Now, remember to read the speech slowly, Miss Brooks, and when I see your lips stop moving, I'll make some appropriate comment from time to time.
Come in. Well, it's Mr. Stone.
How do you do, Miss Brooks? Sorry I'm late, Osgood. It was unavoidable.
Well, thank you, Mr. Stone, and a Happy New Year to you, too.
I beg your pardon.
Mr. Conklin's a little confused, Mr. Stone. It isn't every day that so distinguished a visitor honors our institution with a visit.
Oh, that's very gracious, Miss Brooks. The speech, Miss Brooks, the speech.
Yes, sir. However, Mr. Conklin has prepared a little speech, which I will read to you now.
You? But why don't you read it yourself, Osgood?
You see, Mr. Stone, he's so choked with emotion, he's speechless. However, I have it right here. Nice taste job. It's entitled, What the Board of Education Means to Me by Osgood Conklin. It reads, Few people realize the magnificent efficiency with which our Board of Education functions. This august body is composed of a group of able members, and these baboons grow to a height of 4 feet.
What? Every word of this comes from the bottom of my heart. Read on, Miss Brooks.
I don't know whether I should, Mr.
I insist that you do.
Oh, well. The members of the Board of Education make very nice pets, as they don't never bother nobody, but is all the time busy making love.
What is the meaning of this? Right from the bottom of my heart. Now, see here, Conklin. If this is some sort of a joke, I don't like it. Not one bit. Oh, you're too kind, Mr. Stone. Hand me that last page, Miss Brooks.
But, Mr. Conklin, I wouldn't suggest that...
Give it here. To sum up, I would like to read what I have written in this last paragraph. To wit, having observed Mr. Stone's educational methods, I am convinced that his outstanding talent is his ability to eat bananas while hanging by his tail. Believe me, Mr. Stone, these sentiments are dictated by a... Eat bananas while hanging by his tail! The man has obviously taken leave of his senses.
But, sir, if you let me...
And when they return, this matter will be thoroughly investigated. Good day, Miss Brooks. Miss Brooks, this speech. This isn't the speech I wrote.
I know it now, Mr. Conklin, but I didn't...
I hold you responsible for this entire fiasco. And believe me, Miss Brooks, you have no idea how severe your punishment is going to be.
Oh, yes, I have, Mr. Conklin.
Miss Brooks, where are you going?
Out to get some bananas. There's nothing like hanging by your tail from a flagpole to whip up an appetite.
Now, once again, here is our Miss Brooks.
Well, even after he'd read a written confession from Walter and Fred, Mr. Conklin still blamed me for the day's misadventures. Accordingly, he ordered me to write a brand new speech for him that same afternoon. I wouldn't have minded that so much, but it meant breaking one of my rare dates with Mr. Boynton. I was complaining about it as we walked down the hall after school.
Oh, it does sound unfair, Miss Brooks, but after all, Mr. Conklin's the boss. What can you do about it?
Well, I could go into his office and tell him off, I suppose. But that wouldn't do any good either. He can't hear a word. Wait a minute. Maybe these are the ideal conditions. A chance to say all the things I've ever wanted to say to Mr. Conklin right to his face.
Well, do you think that's wise, Miss Brooks?
I don't know how wise it is, but it'll certainly do my little heart good.
Excuse me, Miss Brooks. I've got to take this aspirin to Daddy.
Well, let me take it, Harriet. There's something I'd like to say to him.
He's still pretty upset, Miss Brooks. Maybe I'd better see him alone first.
All right, Harriet.
Here's your aspirin, Daddy, and a glass of water. See? Water. Drink.
Stop gibbering, girl. I can hear you distinctly.
You can?
Yes, it happened just a moment ago. My head cleared and my hearing is perfectly normal.
How wonderful. Oh, Daddy, Miss Brooks is waiting to see you. May I send her in?
Very well.
Daddy, we'll see you now, Miss Brooks.
Oh, goody.
See you tomorrow.
All right, Harriet.
Well, Miss Brooks?
I just wanted to talk to you about my having to stay in this afternoon. You inconsiderate, maladjusted, subhuman tyrant.
What?
I've got some things to tell you that I've been saving up for years, and it's going to be a great pleasure to coo them into your dainty, plugged-up ears.
Eh? How does that go again?
Of all the puffed-up, overstuffed, pompous windbags I've ever met, you take the marble cake, Marblehead.
Eh?
Rather than try to talk some sense into that adrogated, mule-brained little head of yours, I'll do the work this afternoon. Does that make you happy, you beady-eyed, beetle-browed old buzzard?
Yes, Miss Brooks. That makes me very happy.
Good. And I just want to say, boing! You can hear.
Yes. From the moment you entered this office, you'll be pleased to know that this overstuffed windbag has absorbed your every word. You realize, of course, Miss Brooks, that any chastisement you have suffered in the past is mere child's play compared with what's in store for you now.
How?
I will not only see to it that our local Board of Education receives
Must be contagious. Can't seem to hear a single word you're saying. It's over 3 hours ago that the cannon went off. Here I am suddenly taking stone up. Well, I guess there's no sense in worrying about it. I'll just relax.
Now, medical science offers you proof positive.
No other leading cigarette gives you less nicotine, less throat-irritating tars than the new, smoother, better-tasting Raleigh.
Yes, proof positive.
No other cigarette gives you less nicotine, less throat-irritating tars than the new, smoother, better-tasting Raleigh.
Cigarette program starring Red Skelton with David Forrester and his orchestra, our singing star Anita Ellis, Gigi Pearson, Verna Felton, Pat McGeehan, and yours truly, Rod O'Connor. It's a pleasure to bring you Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer's popular comedian and the star of the Raleigh Cigarette program, Red Skelton.
Thank you and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Say, Kay Kaiser's wife, Georgia, just had a little baby. I'm going over to the hospital and taking a present, you know, a baseball bat.
A baseball bat? It's a beautiful little girl.
I know. When she grows up and goes to Hollywood High, she'll need it. Well, Rod, tonight's the last night.
Yes, Red, the last show of the season.
Yeah.
Why don't you stay on the air during the heat of the summer?
Why? The other shows don't.
I know, but they don't leave the audiences as cold as you do.
Hey, tell me, what do you really think of my acting?
Well, really, Red, words fail me.
Yeah, truthfully now.
So I'll use letters.
Yeah?
P.U.
You proud of that, ain't you? You'll wind up as head boy on Ben Rubin's Barracuda Bard.
Well, what are you going to do tonight after the show?
Well, I'm going to hit you in the head with a club first. No, after I thank Art Burley, our engineer, and Jack Robson and Fred Cole, our sound effect men, Mr. Keith McLeod, our producer, is putting Bob Dwan, the NBC producer, and Ralph Forney, our official photographer, in the car.
You're going to have a big party, huh?
Yes, I got a pint of bourbon and 12 thimbles. We're going to whoop it up tonight. Yeah, I'm going to miss the old gang around here, you know.
Well, you probably miss arguing with our NBC censors.
Yeah, those guys. Today they made us take out a blank sheet of paper, see, out of the script. They says the bare page was a little too suggestive.
What, are you taking a trip this summer?
Not an jalopy of mine, no, sir. Boy, that car's so old I went down to the license bureau and I had to get an upper and lower plate, you know. Afraid to drive, I am, dude.
Well, the highways are a little overcrowded.
Yeah, little crowded. Say, I ran out of gas in Hollywood and didn't know it until I got to San Diego.
Well, here, Red, I have a little going-away present for you, some sunglasses.
Sunglasses? Mm-hmm. Do I thank you here as soon as I find... Oh, yes, thanks a lot. They'll come in handy if I leave California, won't they? Say, what are you planning on doing this summer, Rod?
Well, I'm going to take a lot of exercises.
You better, boy. You're getting so many double chins, you look like you're peeking over a Venetian blind. Well, back to the funny stuff now. Hey, you know how to keep thin? Ride horses, get up every morning at 5:30 and run and dive in a cold swimming pool or a cold lake. Ice cold, though, you know.
You do that?
No, I just read what's written here. Well, enough of that stuff that earns us our bread and butter. Let's hear about the stuff that gives us our meat and potatoes now.
Now, medical science offers you proof positive.
No other leading cigarette gives you less nicotine, less throat-irritating tars than the new, smoother, better-tasting Raleigh.
Yes, proof positive.
No other cigarette gives you less nicotine, less throat-irritating tars than the new, smoother, better-tasting Raleigh.
Scientific tests of America's 6 biggest-selling brands based on a method used by the United States government. Tests certified by a jury of 14 distinguished doctors, including throat specialists, have proved conclusively. No other cigarette gives you less nicotine, less throat-irritating tars, so no other is safer to smoke. Raleighs are right. Right for taste, right for throat. Enjoy Raleigh's rich tobaccos, that smoother, more satisfying Raleigh flavor. Remember, medical science offers you proof positive.
No other cigarette gives you less nicotine, less throat-irritating tars. So, no other is safer to smoke than the new, smoother, better-tasting Raleigh.
And now Anita Ellis sings Should I Tell You I Love You, Cole Porter's latest hit from the Broadway production, Round the World.
Should I tell you I love you? Should I say how much I do? Should I tell you of you? I dream away all the day through. Should I tell you what paradise together our life would be? Should I tell you I love you? Oh, wait till you tell me. Should I tell you what paradise together our life would be? Should I tell you I love you? Oh, wait till you
Tonight, the story from the Skelton Scrapbook of Satire is entitled Vacation Time and Mad NBC Producers. Our characters are fictional. If there's any similarity to persons living, don't worry, there's a game law to protect you. Chapter 140 is entitled Working During the Vacation. This is the story of Clem Cadiddlehopper, the country lad, who's working through the summer months at a filling station, replacing a gas pump. Well, to hear it. Everybody's going on a vacation. I wish I had a trade so I'd know what kind of a job I was vacationing from. Summer's here all right. These ice skates don't work so well nowadays. There's a filling station. They got a sign out over there. Man, W-A-N-T-E-D. Wented. Think I'll go over and see what they went with him. What do you know? They got a woman attendant there.
Clay.
Well, Sarah, do. Howdy doody to you. Say, nice overalls you're wearing. Who greases them for you?
Oh, I know I'm a mess. Yep. You just have to excuse my appearance.
All right.
Oh, but you look good.
Yeah.
And I like your tie.
Oh, thanks. I got another one just like it.
Well, why did you buy two alike?
I didn't. I split a red sock.
Walking lately. Where's your old car?
Oh, here, there, everywhere, you know.
Well, what do you mean here, there, and everywhere?
Truck hit it. Parked on the wrong side of a hill. You know.
Oh, Clem, what do you have a head for?
To sit on my backbone and keep my vertebrae from flying all over the place. Must be fun working here at that filling station.
Well, Clem, why don't you ask for a job here? Because they need a man.
Well, I really didn't come in for that, see. I only wanted to use the air hose. Need a little air in my head. It's getting flat on top, you know.
Well, it's over there.
Okay. There. Now, if you got a bucket of water I can stick my head in to test it for leaks.
Clem, you're a moron.
And it's getting so it's nothing to be proud of. There's so many of us now, you know. Say, how much does this job here pay?
Well, you work on a percentage.
Thought you worked on automobiles.
Clem, don't you know what percentage means?
Nope.
It means the more you work, the more you make.
I'm sorry, I couldn't work that cheap. Well, you can tell your boss I've taken the job. Here comes that old bull Roos, that stingy old guy. When he hiccups, it sounds like this.
Howdy.
Say, what can I sell you?
Nothing. Just stick that empty gas nozzle into the tank.
Now what?
Squeeze.
There.
Thanks a lot. That'll take me into the next station.
Well, in case you don't make it, call me. I'll give you a push. Right in your big fat face.
Clem, did you say you knew something about mechanics?
Yes, I do.
Well, then see if you can fix that sedan. The motor won't start.
All right. Oh, see what's wrong with her here. Let's see. Loose hubcaps. Oh, here comes your customer. Here comes your customer.
Hold her up.
Yes, sir.
Hey, don't put the gas in the radiator. You dizzy dames are all alike.
Well, I should hope so.
Come on now, move out of the way, babe.
I wish you wouldn't talk to me like that.
And me, too.
What did you say, Conehead? I can't argue with him in a hurry. Come on, sister, snap into it.
Now, wait a minute. You can't talk to a woman like that.
No, then put up your fist and fight like a man.
I'd rather put my ears up and run like a rabbit.
Come on, put up your fist.
All right, I'll just roll up my sleeve, and then... There. Now, I'll get up and roll my sleeves down again. You'll kindly step off of my chest there.
You ought to be ashamed of yourself, mister.
Well, I'm in a hurry. Now get busy and get this car lubrication and fill it with gas and oil.
Wouldn't do that if there's a man around, I'll tell you that.
Okay, mister, if you insist, drive it upon the rack there.
There she is. She's on the rack.
Press that black button, Clem, and take her up.
The black one?
Mm-hmm.
Black. Let's see. That would be the dark one, wouldn't it? Anybody got long arms?
Well, you got the car up too high, Clem. Now let it down.
Oh.
Press the red button, but easy.
But this man's in a hurry, he says. Mm-hmm. Hello? Muncie's used car lot? Can you use a squatty Buick?
Now, medical science offers you proof positive.
No other leading cigarette gives you less nicotine, less throat-irritating tars than the new, smoother, better-tasting Raleigh.
Yes, proof positive.
No other cigarette gives you less nicotine, less throat-irritating tars than the new, smoother, better-tasting Raleigh.
Leon Henderson, famous Washington economist, says, quote,
I smoke cigars and pipes, too, but when I smoke cigarettes, I smoke Raleighs. I've seen the reports. Medical science has proved no other cigarette gives you less nicotine, less throat-irritating tars. Thus, no other is safer to smoke.
And you're right, Leon Henderson. Those tests were based on a method used by the United States government. So enjoy Raleigh's rich tobaccos, that more satisfying Raleigh flavor. And remember, medical science offers you proof positive.
No other cigarette gives you less nicotine, less throat-irritating tars. So, no other is safer to smoke than the smoother, better-tasting Raleigh.
David Forster and his orchestra play Espana Coney. Chapter 141 is entitled Going Away. There's nothing like a vacation with children along, and they're no bother at all, especially if they're like Junior, the mean little kid.
Junior, what are you up to?
Up to the living room. The rest of the house is wrecked for now.
What are you doing to the cat?
I'm putting him up on the pedestal here.
But that's for the goldfish bowl.
I know, but the goldfish bowl is empty, and the cat ain't.
Junior, did you have anything to do with the cat eating the goldfish?
Do you think I did?
I most certainly do.
Oh, you positive?
Yes, I'm positive.
Medical science can use you. I'm sorry, that ain't in here.
Come on. Let's get on with our packing.
Hey, how come we're going to go away, huh?
Your grandfather's got a 3-week vacation, and we're going to take a trip. We'll pick him up downtown.
Oh, where's we going?
We're going to Yellowstone National Park, Glacier National Park, and then over into Canada.
Well, does I get to go along, or is this going to be a pleasure trip?
Of course, it's going to be a wonderful trip.
Oh, good. You're going to drive?
Yes.
In our own car?
Yes.
Pack it up full of groceries and
Yes.
stuff? Bags? Thousands and thousands of miles we'll travel, huh?
Yes.
Let's fly. It's quicker.
Oh, Junior, you love Glacier Park. Wild animals roaming around.
Competition, huh? Well, you know what I'm going to do? And I'm going to feed a bear. I'm going to real live bear. I'm going to feed him.
No. That's something I want to warn you about right now.
Right.
You can't feed the bears.
Right.
Because when all you have to give them is gone, they'll bite you.
Ah, no, not me, boy. I'll walk right up to the old bear, and I'll show him my teeth, you know. And I'll stand right there and let him charge me. And if he comes at me on his hind legs, with his mouth open and his big sharp teeth and his fangs ready to bite me, I can... Oh, no!
What's the matter?
I just remembered I ain't got a gun.
He scared himself.
Yes, I scared myself.
The bears won't get you.
Yes, they will do, the bears.
Bless his little heart.
Yeah, bless his little heart.
Why, if a bear should bite you, I'll shoot him.
Yeah, well, you wouldn't have to do that, you know. If the bear bites me in a couple of hours, he'll die from natural causes, you know.
Well, let's hurry and get packed. Go over and ask Mr. Fowler if we can borrow a suitcase.
Okay, I'll call him Gene this time, huh?
Well, Junior, hello.
Ah, shut up. Is you alone, Fatso?
Yes, but I can get help quick. What are you up to?
We're going on a trip with us.
No.
Yes, we're going to see the national parks, and I hear that they got mountains up there almost as big as you is. Lordy.
Junior, there's something about you I like.
You mean that I'm not your kid, huh? But, look, Fatso, my grandma wants to borrow a suitcase, one that's big enough to hold me portable booby traps, you know.
Well, I'll get you
You
one.
might want to move a mountain or something. This is mighty neighborly of you, you know.
Well, how long are you going to be gone?
Oh, about 3 weeks, I guess.
Oh, 3 weeks.
Yes.
Well, here's a suitcase.
Yeah. Say, it sure is a big one, you know. You don't know anybody around here would like to pick up a nickel, do you? To carry it for me? You don't have to.
Oh, I'll help you.
All right. Oh, look, here comes Mr. Bullman.
Well, Junior, how are you?
Yeah, fine.
What have you got the grip for, fella? Going away? Oh, nothing like a vacation does you good. New atmosphere, new people. Where are you going?
Over to give this suitcase to Vernon.
Vernon?
Yeah, we're going on a trip. We're going through Wyoming, Montana, every place but Utah. I've been there, you see.
And you don't want to go again? You don't want to go again?
They won't let me in.
Ah, but Montana, that's Mother Nature's country.
Yeah, when I get up there, she'll sell the place cheap, believe me. We're going to be gone the whole summer, you know.
Well, I had sort of looked forward to taking you fishing and to the ball game. Did you say 3 weeks?
Now stop acting like an old
Don't you yell at me, blubber boy.
Now, you fellas is too much like gentlemen to be fighting now. Of course, there's nothing to stop one of you from hiring me to kick the other guy in the chins, you know.
Well, it won't seem the same around here without you, Junior.
Oh, Mr. Beaumont, before I forget, and I goes your way, I got something I got to confess to you.
Well, what is it?
Do you remember when you were sleeping under the tree and the bird's egg rolled out of the nest?
Yeah, and splattered all over me?
Yeah. Well, don't you think that duck egg was a little large for a hummingbird's nest? Yes, I do it. Well, I sure going to miss you, big fellas.
We're going to miss you, too. Yes, exactly.
Will you, really?
Yes.
Hey, I got an idea. Now, maybe it will work if you really going to...
Is that you, Junior?
Yes, Mr. Fowler and Harry Beaumont with me, too, Mr. Beaumont.
No. It was nice of you to lend us a suitcase.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm so excited.
Well, let's not stand here. Let's get packed. Where's the trunk for me stuff?
It's all packed.
Oh, packed?
Yes.
Well, there's me tricycle, me sandbox, me baseball mitts, and for goodness sakes, you're going to take nothing from me?
Why don't you stay here with me, Junior? I always wanted a little boy like you.
You must be nuts. Get this man to a hospital, quick.
I mean it, Junior.
Why, you old reprobate, the nerve of you trying to move in. You know I've acted as sitter for Junior 5 times.
Yeah, show him your campaign ribbons. Go ahead.
Will you send us a postcard, Junior?
Well, they cost a penny, you know. And so does liquids, you know.
Well, all the windows and doors are locked.
Yeah,
Oh, la, putty, putty, hey, bad. Go get your coat on, Junior.
Well, we say goodbye now to you people.
Well, we're sure going to miss all of you.
Yeah, while I'm gone, you can be busy digging up all them landmines I laid, you know.
Oh, well, I want you both to know what it does one soul good to know that their neighbors miss them.
Now, don't start that stuff. Goodness, don't cry now. Get back to the hubbub stuff again. Hey, we're going to miss you, fellas. We're going to miss you all. Southern, that is. Oh, Mr. Beaumont, be careful when you go into your woodshed.
Why?
I planted a new booby trap in there, top of your hand.
Oh, Junior, you're kidding.
You just keep laughing, kiddo, that's all. But just don't stick your hand in any dark corner unless you want to leave it there, you know.
Well, I'll say goodbye now.
Goodbye.
Yes, goodbye.
Goodbye.
Well, get in, Junior. What's the matter?
Well, I was just thinking about our poor lonely neighbors that don't have the car, you know. And they don't have anybody to visit. We acting like witch bugs, we is, you know. We got this big car and all that roof. And we're going to see all these pretty sights and stuff. And they got a table.
Oh, no. Well, we have enough room to take them along, if it's all right with you.
Your toy? Shall I go get him?
Yes.
Oh, boy. Hey, Mr. Beaumont, Mr. Fowler, come on, you can go, too. Come on.
Well, that's funny. They're all packed.
Yes, isn't that a coincidence?
This is really very neighborly of you.
Yes, it is.
Very kind.
Well, we're glad to have you. Well, are we all ready?
No, not until these two guys give me 50 cents apiece.
For what?
For acting like I'm going to miss them so we can take them along with us.
Gentlemen, when I returned home from the Army, the greatest honor I received was you allowing me to come into your homes each Tuesday night. I hope I haven't said or done anything to offend anyone, and if I have, I really didn't mean to. We're proud, too, that you permitted your children to listen to our show. When we return next fall, with the help of Edna Skelton-Berzegi and her writing staff, Benny Friedman, John Murray, Henry Staff, and Jack Stanley, we will continue to respect the dignity of your home that you have so graciously welcomed us into by trying our best to write and present clean, wholesome entertainment. Our sponsors, the Brown Williamson Tobacco Company and the Russell Seeds Advertising Agency, offer their thanks for this past season, too. By using our product, you have made it possible for us to be heard over the NBC networks. And be sure and listen next week to An Hour with Romberg. May I thank you again for your kindness and say goodbye now, and thanks for listening.
Brown and Williamson invite you to other good listening throughout the week. Each Tuesday at this time, you'll enjoy a summer series featuring the music of that famous composer-conductor, Sigmund Romberg. Be sure to listen. Hear Hildegard tomorrow night in the new Penguin Room, and People Are Funny with Art Linkletter Friday night. Red Skelton is heard in this program through the courtesy of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer.
Walter Raleigh, the pipe tobacco that rates superior on all 5 counts. Check them.
A rich, ripe, full-bodied, burley blend.
Sir Walter Raleigh.
Mellowed with rum for extra smoothness. Deep down, satisfying goodness.
That's Sir Walter Raleigh.
Clean smoking all the way down. No soggy heel, leaves only a clean, dry ash.
And that's Sir Walter Raleigh.
Crimp cut for slow, even cool burning.
Yes, Sir Walter Raleigh.
The brand of grand aroma. Keeps home sweet home.
It's Sir Walter Raleigh.
Sooner or later, your favorite tobacco.
Yes, a favorite in the Army, Navy, Marines, and Coast Guard, with men everywhere who appreciate quality pipe smoking. Try Sir Walter Raleigh, the quality pipe tobacco of America.
That Skelton is brought to you by the Brown and Williamson Tobacco Corporation.
Brown and Williamson Tobacco. Bye. Good now.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Welcome back. I'm Stan Freeberg, and this is When Radio Was. It's time now for part 1 of the Abbott and Costello Show and Going to Alaska to Find Gold, as originally broadcast March 3rd, 1948.
Hey, Abbott, what time is it? It's time for the Abbott and Costello Show. We're on the air in Hollywood.
Well, what are we waiting for? Let's go with the Abbott and Costello Show.
Yes, from Hollywood, it's the transcribed Abbott and Costello Show. So hold on to your chairs, folks, for here they are, Bud Abbott and Lou Costello. Stella, where did you catch that terrible cold?
I was out with Susan Miller last night in her car.
Well, how did you get the cold?
She made me walk home.
Well, it does not work tonight. You better rest your voice. It's pretty weak.
Oh, no. I'll yell my jokes twice as loud so everybody can hear.
No, not that. Anything but that. How much can the human being say?
What a sneaky guy.
Well, this all serves you right. Always running out with girls, Costello. Do you want to be known as a guy who thinks of nothing but girls?
Why? Is there another kind?
You dope. You know nothing about women.
That ain't my fault. I'm at that in-between age.
In-between age?
Yes, I'm too tall for keyholes and too short for transoms.
Costello, did your father ever tell you about birds and bees?
Yes, he had to. He didn't know anything about girls.
What a dope. What are those gloves you always carry around with you?
They belong to my old girl back in Patterson.
Why don't you throw them away?
What? Throw away Mary Boswell's gloves? There's too much sentiment attached to them, Abbott. Those are the gloves she wore the night she knocked out Tony Galento in the 4th round.
You're an idiot. A moron, an imbecile, and a jerk.
Isn't that marvelous, Abbott? I'm more versatile than Orson Welles.
Oh, quiet. You beef up this kind of talk, and the native Californians are not going to... They're going to hate you, really.
Oh, yeah? You think so?
Yes.
No, they won't.
You don't know these Californians. You don't even know what a native Californian is.
Oh, yes, I do. A native Californian is a girl who comes from Topeka, Kansas. Marries a man from Cedar Rapids, Iowa. Walks out on the street, gets hit by a car from Phoenix, Arizona, and gets a blood transfusion from a Boy Scout from Glendale.
Well, if the California traffic is too heavy for you, why don't you move back to New York?
Oh, it's much worse back there, Abbott. Oh, they even made a big movie about a guy walking across the street in New York without even getting hit by a taxi.
What was the name of the picture?
A Miracle on 34th Street.
Never mind the traffic. Where were you all afternoon?
Abbott, I found a swell place. No kidding. It's called Arthur Murray's Dance Studio. The minute I walked in, a beautiful blonde grabbed me. We danced for 2 hours. Then we sat down and had tea and cakes. Then we danced for 3 more hours. Then I put my hat on to go, and she stopped me and said, "How about some money?"
What did you say?
I said, "Oh, I never take money from girls, but if you want to, you can send me a couple of ties.
You idiot. You idiot. That's a dancing school. They got $5 an hour. Did the girl teach you any new dances?
No, but I taught her one. It's my special dance for crowded dance halls. I call it the elevator dance.
Elevator dance?
Mm-hmm.
What kind of steps do you use?
No steps. Just grab the girl, stand in one place, and go up and down. Up and down.
I'll bet that girl was glad to see you leave.
She was not. She wanted to make a date with me for tonight. She says after work. She says after work. I can't read the next line. Why am I lost? She was not. She wanted to make a date with me for tonight. She says after work she's a taxi dancer.
Are you going to meet her?
No, you can't have no fun dancing in a taxi.
Then that leaves you without a date tonight.
No, I'll get one.
How?
Like I always do. Me and my dog stand out in front of the palladium and I whistle. If it's a dog, he gets her. If it's a girl, I get her. And if nobody comes, we go inside the dog and I dance together.
Shame on you whistling as girls. Don't you know you get your face slapped that way?
Yeah, they get some pretty good dates, too.
Hello, boys.
Well, it's Susan Miller.
There are policemen swarming all over the place.
What's wrong?
Well, they're looking for a peeping Tom that's been peeking in the dressing rooms of the girls at Earl Carroll Theater. From the top of this building.
Oh, I'd hate to be the guy. I'd hate to be that guy when the police catch up with him.
You said it. Excuse me a minute.
Where are you going?
I'm going to go out and sell my binoculars.
You're just like a little kid. I think I'll get you a doll and some games.
Just get me the doll. I'll think of my own games.
Costello, there's no way to talk to Susan. She's trying to be nice to you.
I'm sorry, Susan. And if you come over to my house tonight, I'll shoot you a game of billiards. I've got a new billiard table.
But I never played billiards. How do you play it?
Are you sure you don't know how to play?
No.
Well, you stand close to the table like this. Then you put your arms around me like this. And I put my arms around you like this. Then you squeeze me tight like this. Then I squeeze you tight like this.
Wait a minute, Costello. Wait a minute. That's not the way you play billiards.
It's not?
No.
How do you like that? Every year they change the rules.
You know, I've got a better idea, Costello. A bunch of us girls are giving a friend of mine a shower tonight, and I'd like to have you come over.
What for?
Well, I want to show them what a real drip looks like. So long, Captain.
I didn't know you were giving away a washing machine on this show tonight. Oh, pardon me, that's Costello.
I wish you hadn't said that, Mrs. Abbott. I was just about to remark how well you look in dark glasses.
I'm not wearing dark glasses.
No, but I am, and you look much better.
Debbie, what are you doing down here tonight?
Well, I came down to see Roy Rogers. You know, I had a small bit in his last picture.
Looks like the bit was too small. Pulled your mouth all out of shape.
Why, you waffle-headed windbag. If I was your mother, I'd give you poison.
And if you was my mother, I'd take it.
What? You sawed-off little shrimp?
Me, a shrimp?
Yes, that is right. You're a shrimp. Why, you only come up to her chin.
Which one?
Are you insinuating that I have a double chin?
Double chin? You have so many chins, you look like a 7-layer coconut cake.
I've never been so insulted in all my life.
Now, take it easy, honey.
I'm ashamed that I ever came over to this place. I'm ashamed that I ever associated with this fat monster. Why, I'm even ashamed to be seen leaving here. I wish there was some way I could get out of here without being seen.
I can fix that, Mrs. Abbott. Just step through this window and down the fire escape.
Oh, well, thank you, Mr. Costello. I'll just climb down the fire escape.
You're welcome.
Costello, what happened?
I just thought we ain't got no fire escape.
Right. Shouldn't have done that, Costello. Playing a trick like that on my wife.
That's very dangerous.
Yes, I never thought of that. It is dangerous.
Certainly.
Sure. She might have landed on an innocent bystander.
Telegram for Lou Costello.
Wait a minute. Hey, you're pretty old to be a messenger boy, aren't you?
Why, lad, I've been delivering telegrams around here for nigh on to 40 years. I remember when this place used to be a livery stable.
You mean there used to be horses and jackasses in here?
Mm-hmm, yes.
Just think, a livery stable. And now you and I are broadcasting from here, Abbott.
Yep. Ain't changed much. Here's a telegram for you, Costello.
Thanks.
Costello, he's an old man. Give him a tip.
Okay. Mr. Messenger, how much of a tip do you usually get for delivering a telegram?
Well, the average tip is $5.
Okay, here's $5.
Ah, thanks. I want to tell you that in all the 40 years I've been delivering telegrams, you're the first fellow to ever come up to the average. So long.
Well, all right. Come on, Costello. Read the telegram.
Okay. Abbott.
What?
It's from my Uncle Mike. He's been up in Alaska prospecting for the past 5 years. Brother, is this good news?
Well, what does it say?
Dear Louie, struck gold. Need your help. Come at once and bring Bud Abbott. Signed, Uncle Mike. Come on, Abbott. We're rich.
Well, at last, Costello, this is the break we've been waiting for. Gold. Uncle Mike has found a bonanza.
I hope he'll split it with us.
Why?
I love bonanza splits.
Forget about the bonanza. Uncle Mike is in Alaska, isn't he?
Yes.
Well, know him?
Certainly I know him. He's my Uncle Mike, ain't he?
No, you dummy. I'm talking about Nome in Alaska.
I'd know him any place. I'd know him in Patterson, New Jersey. I'd know him in Secaucus and the Stake, any place.
Well, forget New Jersey. Your Uncle Mike is in Alaska, isn't he?
Yes.
Well, when you get to Alaska, you'll get to know him.
I don't have to go to Alaska to get to know him. I've known my Uncle Mike all my life.
Costello, I'm not talking about know him. I said know him in Alaska. You have to get to Alaska to get to know him. That's the Yukon.
That's the what?
Yukon.
Icon what?
Not icon. What? Yukon.
Oh, you mean I can't, but you can?
Now you got it. Costello, this is no time to start a routine. Uncle Mike needs us. He needs us bad up there to help him get that gold. Now, this is the chance of a lifetime.
What do we do, Abbott?
Well, you know, I've got to get to Alaska as fast as we can. And as soon as we get off the boat, we'll have to start mushing.
What did you say?
I said you and I will have to start mushing.
Abbott, don't you think I'm a little too young for you?
Get him out of here! Costello, come on, let's get packed. We're going to Alaska and sharing your uncle's mine. That gold mine he struck, remember?
Yes.
It's going to be wonderful. We may wind up with $2 million apiece. You know that?
Abbott, what would you do with $2 million?
First, I'd buy a used car.
And what would you do with the other $1 million?
You please talk sense. Remember, in Alaska, we may run into a lot of icebergs.
I know all about icebergs. I used to go steady with a girl who was an iceberg.
Now, wait a minute. How could a girl be an iceberg? An iceberg is a great big cold thing that you couldn't even budge.
That's her.
Hey, wait a minute. What's that bottle you're putting in your bag?
I beg your pardon?
What's that bottle you're putting in your bag?
Some perfume. I'm taking along in case I meet a beautiful Eskimo girl. It's called New Dot.
What's New Dot?
Nothing much. What's new with you?
You dummy. I don't know why your Uncle Mike picked you to share his gold and called you his favorite nephew.
There are 3 reasons, Abbott, why I'm his favorite nephew. First, I'm honest. Second, I'm intelligent. And third, I'm his only nephew.
Come on.
I don't think you will do it.
Come on. We're off for Alaska and gold. Oh, Costello, it's freezing here in Alaska. Boy, listen to that wind. Now, come on, Costello. We're going to find Uncle Mike. We'll need a dog sled.
Look, There's Ignorant Ignat, the used sled dealer.
Ah, gentlemen, what can I do for you?
Well, we're traveling north. What kind of a sled would you suggest for us?
That's our radio special, a sled with a horn. The horn is $5 extra. Just listen to it.
I'll take it.
Good. One sled horn, $505.
You said it was $5.
If $5 for the horn and $500 to join the musicians union. Now, here's a nice sled with plenty of extras. White ball blubber tires, sleek covers, fog lights, headlights, parking lights, spotlights, and a searchlight.
What's the searchlight for?
So you can find the switch to put on the other light.
We'll take it. How about some dogs?
Yes, you can't fool me on dogs.
You know, Mr. Costello, I don't like to say this, but I don't believe you ever drove a dog team.
Oh, is that so? I love dogs. I'll never forget the time my dog Spotty saved my life. It's a sad story. Would you like to hear it?
No.
Then I'll tell it to you. I was out in the Arctic waste with my little dog Spotty. We were lost, starving. No food for 10 days. I couldn't stand it any longer. I had to eat. So I ate Spotty. Every last bit till there was nothing left. Just his little bones. And that was the saddest touch of all. I thought to myself, my wouldn't Spotty have enjoyed those bones?
Well, we're wasting time. We've got to find Uncle Mike and his gold. We'll take this dog sled, Mr. Icknick. Come on, Costello. We're off on the trail of gold. Come on. Costello, can't you make those dogs go any faster?
I keep yelling, giddy up, and they just turn and sneer in my face.
Giddy up. The word is mush.
Okay, they keep sneering in my mush.
Hey. Costello, that's a Los Angeles bus. What's it doing up here in Alaska?
It must be the bus that runs to the Los Angeles city limits.
There's the Lucky 7 saloon. Let's go in and get warm. Come on,
Abbott.
What?
I don't like the looks of that saloon. There's a tough guy hanging out in front of it.
Well, lots of guys hang out in front of saloons.
On the end of a rope?
Come on, hop off that sled and let's go in. Hey, look at all the Eskimos in here, Costello. And they're all dressed alike. I wonder how you can tell a girl Eskimo from a boy Eskimo.
Abbott, if the Eskimos ain't complaining, why should you?
Say, there's one of those Alaskan dance hall girls. She's beautiful.
Look at that dress she's wearing. It's made out of gold pieces.
Yeah, it sure is. Look, she's got $5 gold pieces around the bottom, $10 gold pieces around the hips, $20 gold pieces around the waist.
Quit staring, Abbott. Anybody would think you never saw a $50 gold piece before.
Costello, when we find your Uncle Mike, we'll have plenty of gold, too. You'll be rolling in gold.
Well, did I hear you say gold? Come here, Chubby. I want to kiss you. I'm Maisie.
I'm woozy.
Oh, you know, I'm crazy about you.
Why?
Because I'm a woman and you're a man. You understand? I'm a woman and you're a man. Well, what are you going to do about it?
Don't you think it's a little too late to do anything about it now?
That fella has no gold. He may have lots of gold when we find his Uncle Mike, but right now he's broke.
What do I care? I want him. We don't need money. We can live on love. Kisses for breakfast. More kisses for lunch.
Just go on.
Nothing but kisses for dinner.
You're going to live on nothing but kisses?
Abbott,
do you think that would make you happy?
Abbott, we may not be happy, but we'll be the skinniest couple in Alaska.
Come on, Costello. We've got to find your Uncle Mike and get that gold. Say goodbye to Maisie.
So you're really going, my love. Costello, I'll be waiting for you to return. I live in a little house 12 miles from here with my mother.
Maisie, may I kiss you goodbye?
If you kiss me, I'll call my mother.
But you just said your mother is 12 miles away.
I know, but if you kiss me right, she could get here before you're through.
Maisie, I'm going to give you a kiss that will be felt on the other side of the world. How do you like that? I didn't think I could do it.
Come on, Costello. We've got to find Uncle Mike. Well, Costello, this is where that old prospector told us your Uncle Mike was.
Hey, look at that sign. It says Alaskan Jail. There's Uncle Mike looking out through the bars.
Hey, Mike, we're here. Costello and I are here to help you dig the gold.
Dig what gold?
You said in your telegram that you struck gold. What are you doing in jail?
Sure, I struck gold. That's why they put me in jail.
But they can't put you in jail for striking gold.
The gold I struck was Sam Gold. Sam Gold, the chief of police. You gotta get me out of here.
Never mind him, Abbott. Get me out of here.
Susan Miller with Matty Malnick's orchestra points the way to the people's choice. Love is just around the corner.
Love is just around the corner, any cozy little corner. Love is just around the corner when I'm around you. I'm a sentimental mourner, and I wouldn't be forlorner when you keep me on the corner. Just wait to see you. Venus de Milo was noted for her charm. Strictly between us, I'm cuter than Venus, and what's more, I've got on. Let's go cuddle in the corner, any cozy little corner. Love is just around the corner when I'm around you. Yes, when I'm around you.
And now here are Abbott and Costello with the final word. Well, your Uncle Mike certainly turned out to be a bust. Just like the rest of your family.
Oh, I don't know. My Uncle Henry is a pretty smart guy. He once tried to think of a name for a candy bar. He thought and thought, and he couldn't get a name. Then one day the phone rang. It was his wife. She said, "Oh, Henry, drop dead." And then and there he got the name for the candy bar.
What did he call the candy bar?
Drop dead. Good night, folks. Good night, everybody in town.
And that was part 2 of the Abbott and Costello Show, as originally broadcast March 3rd, 1948. I'm Stan Freeberg.
Ladies and gentlemen, the secret word tonight is room. R-O-O-M.
Really?
You bet your life! The more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers of America present Groucho Marx in You Bet Your Life, the comedy quiz series produced and transcribed from Hollywood. And here he is, the one, the only...
That's me, Groucho Marx. Well, here I am again with $1,500 for one of our couples. Fenneman, who's first to try for it?
Well, a greeting card writer and a man who sells gadgets, Groucho. They were selected by our studio audience just before we came on the air, and here they are now. Mrs. Helen Ferries and Don L. Davis. I'd like you folks to meet Groucho Marx right over here.
Welcome for the DeSoto Plymouth dealers, and if you say the secret word, you'll divide $100 in cash. It's a common word, something you'll find around the house. Mrs. Helen Ferries.
Ferries, isn't it?
Ferries. Mm-hmm. And you're Mr. Davis, I presume. Huh?
Yes, sir.
Mr. You sell gadgets?
Yes, sir, I do.
Don, is that your name?
Yes, sir, Don.
I'll call you Mr. Davis, sir.
Okay.
You can call me Don.
Okay.
Mrs. Helen Farris, you're a greeting card writer, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Well, I've only one thing to say to you. Greetings.
Same to you.
Who do you work for, Helen?
Buzzer Cardozo.
Oh, I've heard of that. That's in Korea, isn't it?
No. Mr. Buzzer is the president, and Mr. Cardozo is chairman of the board. They're my bosses.
I see. Mr. Buzzer buzzes Mr. Cardozo, and Mr. Cardozo buzzes you, huh? Who do you work for, Don?
Gadget of the Month Club.
The Gadget of the Month Club?
Yes, sir.
What's that?
That's the only organization in the world to take an idea and guarantee to sell and deliver at least 100,000 units of your idea.
Let me get this clear. If I have any ideas, you can sell them?
Yes, sir.
Occasionally I get a few ideas, but I doubt if you could sell them. In fact, you could be arrested just for thinking of them. Well, how do you make any money out of this club?
You see, we are the only organization in the world that people buy things sight unseen and pay for them in advance. That proves that they love new things so well.
They don't even know what they're getting?
No, sir, because it's a delightful surprise of getting these packages when the mailman delivers them.
Well, for example, what do you consider a delightful surprise?
Well,
That's a reasonable question, I
think. One of our very delightful and successful gadgets is a gadget known as Kitchen Doozy.
That's what you consider a delightful surprise? Kitchen Doozy. What is a Kitchen Doozy?
Kitchen Doozy is the first new idea in tea kettles in 100 years. It has a flare top, for example, which reduces the boiling time by 1/3 the time. It has a bumper guard on it so it doesn't nick the other pots and pan. It has an indication which tells you how many cups of water you have left. You can use it to warm the baby's bottle. You can use it also to melt your shortening. You can use it to wash dishes as a dishwasher. It has a whistling tea kettle attachment, and it has a safety valve so in case you go away and forget to turn off the water, it won't blow up. And it's also used to water indoor plants. It's got 13 different features in it.
Can you make tea with it?
Oh, yes, sir.
What are some of your other gadgets?
Here's one, for example, called the Scotch Rubber Heel, which permits Scotchmen...
I used to know one.
Which permits a man never have his shoes run down because a disc revolves as you turn corners, so you never wear out the corner of your shoe.
You must lead a pretty complicated life, don't you? Well, let's talk about your job, Mrs. Farris. How many greeting cards do you write in a year?
Oh, about 100 to 200 a week.
200 a week?
Yes, sir.
How long does it take you to write one of these deathless gems?
Well, that depends. Sometimes about 3 minutes, and sometimes as long as 15.
What qualifications are necessary to be a greeting card writer?
Well, I think the main thing is to be able to rhyme. After all, most of them
You have to be able to rhyme?
Mm-hmm. You know, words with another, yet make them mean
I didn't
something.
know that was a requisite of those things, huh?
Mm-hmm.
You say you have to have a knack for rhyming. Let's see how good you are, huh, Mrs. Farris. I'll give you a line, and you make it into a poem. Well, let's see. I had a date with Sadie Dunawetter. Try that on your harpsichord.
Did you say Dunawetter?
Dunawetter.
I had a date with Sadie
Dunawetter.
Dunawetter.
Stuck.
Ever since that night, I couldn't forget her.
You don't know the phone number of Sadie Dunawetter, do you? Now, what seasonal cards are you writing now?
Valentine's Day, 1952.
52?
Yes, sir.
What happened to 51?
We're all through.
Why did you skip a year?
We don't. We work a year and a half in advance.
Oh, you're all through with 51, eh?
Yes, sir.
Tell me, who won the World Series next year, you know?
Or the Yankees, probably.
Don't bother and answer that. I know it was the Yankees, huh? Well, you've been a very interesting couple, and if you're not careful, you're going to be very happy together. Now, in just 1 minute, you're going to play You Bet Your Life for a chance at $1,500. But right now, I want you to listen carefully to Mr. Fenneman.
Who takes care of that car you drive? let us suggest you drive yours into a DeSoto Plymouth dealer's tomorrow. For there you'll find the kind of service that suits you to a T. And, of course, the pride and joy of all DeSoto Plymouth dealers are the two fine cars that they handle, the brilliant DeSoto and the beautiful Plymouth. DeSoto is one of America's outstanding automotive achievements, a truly magnificent car from bumper to bumper, a car that's economical to operate mile after mile, month after month, a car that's a joy to drive because of its built-in comfort and great safety, and, of course, because you drive without shifting. And as for value, you'll be amazed how far your dollars go today when you buy a brand new DeSoto. And remember, all dealers who sell DeSoto also sell Plymouth, the American beauty. So tomorrow, come on in where you'll see those two great names linked together, DeSoto, Plymouth.
All right, here we go. Now, let's see if you two will get a chance at the $1,500. Fenneman, explain the rules in your one-syllable words.
All right. Each of our three couples has $20. They bet as much of that 20 as they want on each of four questions. And the couple that earns the most money gets a chance at the $1,500 DeSoto Plymouth question later on in the show.
Is that clear to you two? All right, now here we go. Let's see how high I can build you $20. You selected holidays and special days. Here's your first question. How much of the 20 will you try?
10.
10. Mm-hmm. What holiday falls on February 22nd?
Washington's birthday.
Washington's birthday is...
Well, you're on your way, folks. You have $30.
I don't know how they ever figured that out. That's really a pretty obscure question. Now, remember, you're going for $1,500 tonight. Now, how much have they got? $30? How much of the 30 are you going to risk on this?
20.
20. What special day falls on the third Sunday in June?
Father's Day.
Father's Day is right.
Now you're climbing now. You have $50.
Now, here's your third question. How much have they got?
They have $50 now.
$50. How much are you going to bet on this?
45.
45. What holiday falls on the 17th of March?
St. Patrick's Day.
St. Patrick's Day.
Now you have $95.
Sure, and you're climbing up there. You got $95. Now, how much are you going to bet on this one?
90.
You're going to bet 90. Here's your last chance to be the other couples. You're going to bet $90. What day is on the second Sunday in May?
Mother's Day.
Mother's Day is right.
And you'll wind up with a grand total of $185.
Thanks and good luck from the DeSoto Plymouth dealers.
Groucho, the secret word is still room.
I know that, George.
Just before we went on the air, we selected a housewife from the studio audience, Mrs. Jean Dickman. Her partner is Mr. Willie DeMond, who is a hosiery designer, and here they are. Folks, come on in here and meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome to You Bet Your Life. And if you say the secret word, you'll divide $100 in cash. It's a common word, something you always find around the house, usually or frequently. You're a hosiery designer, eh? Well, this ought to be fun, eh? Mrs. Jean Dickerman, you're a housewife?
That's right.
Where are you from, Jean?
Los Angeles, originally Long Beach.
What does your husband do?
He sells automobile parts.
Parts?
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. How'd you meet him?
Well, I met him in an icebox.
You met him in an icebox?
Yes, I really did. I was...
Were you always cool to him, or just that particular time?
I was demonstrating cheese, and I happened to...
And he was on exhibition?
No. He was a butcher, the owner's son, and he was helping out in the meat department.
Wait a minute, wait. Not so fast.
I kept my extra supplies in the butcher's icebox at this market because it was handy to where I was demonstrating.
So?
Well, while I was in the icebox getting fresh supplies, he came in looking for a leg of lamb.
That's his stuff. And was that what you were sporting in those days?
No. Well, I guess he was surprised to see me in there anyway. He slammed the door, and it jammed.
The fellow's looking for a leg of lamb and encounters you.
Well, we were locked in the icebox together, and we were in there for an awfully long time, so we got pretty well acquainted. And he tried to keep me warm, but finally someone came and let us out. And so he made a date with me for the next night when we had
to go back in the icebox?
No.
Now, where do you go on your honeymoon? Did you go to Alaska or something like that?
No.
North Pole?
No.
Well, who do you work for, Mr. DeMond?
Well, I'm associated with Sanson Hose Mills, manufacturer of picturesque stockings, but I have my own mill, and I'm better known as Willies of Hollywood.
Well, I know a lot of people in Hollywood who have the Willies. Huh? What do you do in your job, Willie?
Well, I have to create stockings and look for the unusual things in hosiery.
You look for the unusual things in hosiery? Willie, why don't you just let well enough alone? Let sleeping dogs lie. What sort of work did you do before you became connected with women's hosiery?
Well, I used to box a great deal. I had 86 fights and about 60 knockouts, and...
You were knocked out 60 times?
No. I knocked the other fellow out.
Oh, well, that's a wonderful record. You made a silk stocking out of a cauliflower ear, in other words. Now, what was your biggest fight?
Well, I never did have my biggest fight. I was scheduled to fight in Madison Square Garden. I was quite a young boy, and my mother objected to my boxing. She thought it wasn't the right thing for me to do. And
well, would that have stopped you, I mean?
Well, they wouldn't let me go on unless I got a note from my mother to let me fight. I was under 18 years of age at that time.
Imagine a guy in the ring with a note from his mother. Don't hit me. Look what the old lady says here. The other fellow picks it up and starts reading, and he knocks him out. Well, you make a very interesting couple, Willie, and next time I want to see something in women's hosiery, I'll give you a ring. Or I'll call Gene up, huh? Now, let's see how you make out in the battle for the $1,500. You've got to run your $20 into more than our other couples. Fenneman's off stage to remind our listeners how much the first couple won.
The greeting card writer and the man who sells gadgets won $185.
Now, here we go. Let's see how high I can build you $20. You selected movie hits of the past. Here's your first question. How much will you bet?
$10.
$10, okay. Who played Rhett Butler in Gone with the Wind?
Clark Gable.
Clark Gable.
Clark Gable is right.
And they're on their way, Groucho. They have $30.
You got $30. Remember, you're going for $1,500 tonight. Now, how much of your $30 will you bet on your second question?
$25.
$25. Who played the Portuguese fisherman in Captain's Courageous? Take a stab at it if you don't know.
Oh, wait. Who was in Captain Courageous?
Well, I'm sorry. It's Spencer Tracy.
Oh.
You should have known that, although it's quite some time ago.
And they've dropped to $5 now, Groucho.
Well, that's a shame. I'm sorry. Here's your third question. You're going to bet the 5, I presume, huh? Why don't you bet $4.80? Huh?
Oh, dear Ford.
Keep something for your fourth question.
$4.50.
All right.
$4.50.
Four. How much have you got? $4?
5.
Oh, you got 5. Okay, well, that's pretty good. Who played the title role of Little Miss Marker?
Shirley Temple.
Shirley Temple.
Well, on the way again, Groucho. They now have $9.50.
You got $9.50. 50 cents more, you can get 3 pairs of stockings. Here's your last chance to beat the other couples. How much is the $9.50?
$9.50. Why not? Oh, I have nothing to lose.
It's the last.
This is the
$9.50.
This is it, kids. Who played Captain Bligh in Mutiny on the Bounty?
Lawton.
Lawton is And they wind up with $19. Thanks and good luck from the DeSoto Plymouth dealers.
Thank you very much. Groucho, the secret word is still room. We asked if there were any high school students here tonight, and just before we went on the air, our studio audience selected Sandra Bazrod and Phil Lamar. And here they are, folks. Come on in here and meet Groucho Marx.
Sandra Bazrod and Phil Lamar. Welcome, youngsters, to the DeSoto Plymouth dealers. And if you say the secret word, you'll divide $100 between you. It's a common word, something you'll find around the house.
16.
16?
Yes.
You're a big boy for 16. It's a good age for a high school boy, I think, 16. Certainly better than 41 or something. What is your age, Sandra?
17.
17. That's a good age for a girl, whether she's in high school or not. Where do you live, Phil?
In Los Angeles.
Mm-hmm. Now, where are you from originally?
Los Angeles.
A world traveler. Where are you from, Sandra?
Well, I'm from Pittsburgh, but I was born in Cleveland.
You're from Pittsburgh and you were born in Cleveland?
Yes.
Were your folks commuting at the time?
No.
Now, Phil Lamar, and are you married, Phil?
No, sir.
strange, isn't it? Huh? Why not?
Several reasons, I guess.
Well, could you name a few of the reasons?
Well, I'm not old enough, for one. I don't think my parents would like it, me going off and getting married, and I'm working, but I don't have enough money to support a woman.
Could you support a girl? They're not quite so expensive, huh? Have you got a girl?
Yes.
You have, huh? There are 30 million married men in this country who thought they had the same reasons for remaining single. All gone, never to return. At what school do you take your siestas, Phil?
L.A. High School.
You go to the same school, Sandra?
Oh, no, I go to a good school.
Well, there's a woman for you. Everything's quiet and serene, and she's itching for battle. Where do you go, Sandra?
Fairfax.
Why do you think your school is better than L.A. High?
Well, Ricardo Montalban graduated from Fairfax.
He did?
Yes.
Well, then there's no question which is ridiculous to even discuss it. Now, how do modern schools operate, Sandra? For example, give us a brief outline of an average day.
Well, I start out the morning first period, and I go to advanced composition, and then French, and then we have a 20-minute break for nutrition. Then I go to civics class and costume designing class, and lunch period comes in. And then I go to drama class and gym class. And every once in a while we go to our homerooms and play out.
Secret word, room, and you and Phil here will split $100 between you. Huh? Now don't try to solve that away. I think you ought to let the woman handle the money, huh?
Not yet. I'm not married.
Well, I know, but it's just a question of a few minutes now, huh? Now, Phil.
Yes, sir.
Don't pay too much attention to that money. I'll guarantee that you get your $50. If I have to keep 25 of it myself. Now, are you interested in any extra curricular activities in school, such as spin the bottle?
Yes, I'm going out for cross country at L.A.
You mean you run from here to New York? You're not the super chief, are you? What is your special interest in school, Sandra?
Well, dramatics, I think.
Dramatics. Yeah. I thought every high school student was dramatic, especially when they're explaining their report card to their parents. Now, Mom, I'd have had a good, but the teacher just doesn't like me, that's all. Well, what do you learn in your drama class?
Oh, we learn diction and stage terminology and
like what?
About...
What kind of stage terminology?
Oh.
I used to be of the theater myself. Well, you learn diction? How do they teach that?
We do exercises.
You mean like cross-country running?
No, we
Let's hear one of your exercises. Go ahead.
Well, we have one that goes, I have to laugh to see the cough go up the path 1.5 miles to take a bath.
Now, isn't that pretty silly? How do you expect to learn to be an actor saying that?
Well, that's to practice the Italianate.
Oh, the Italianate, huh? Well, you know, that's kind of out of style now in this country. We don't say bath and cough anymore in America.
No, well, see, the play we're doing has a lot of English dialect to it.
Have you been in any plays at your... Pretty classy stuff, huh? The fellow was in vaudeville, huh? Oh, vaudeville, I forgot. Have you been in any plays at your school? This school happens to be in Boston. Have you been in any plays?
Well, yes, I'm in the play now that we're doing.
You're in a play now?
Yes.
What is the name of this turkey? This opus?
It's called Peg of My Heart.
Peg of My Heart, yes. Huh? I hear she hasn't got a leg to stand on. Well, Phil, what is your ambition after you graduate from school?
I would like to be a comedian.
That is known as the thrust mortal. Huh? Well, you have a good start. You already have this show. Why would you like to be a comedian? Huh?
Well, it's a lot of fun to see the people in the audience laugh and have a gay time, and
There's always room for a good comedian. But not on the same program with me. Well, to be a comedian, you've got to have some jokes, Phil.
I have jokes.
You have jokes?
Yes.
You mean I have a choice?
What category would you like?
Boy, am I glad I got that annuity, huh? You pick your own category. Huh? Go ahead. Huh?
Well, I'll tell you the one about the time I went hunting. I once shot an elephant in my pajamas. How he ever got in them, I'll never know.
That's a good joke, all right. Is that your own joke?
No. It's one of yours.
That's right. Once I shot an elephant in my pajamas. How he got in my pajamas, I'll never know. That's some animal crackers, huh? Yeah. Then we try to remove the tusks. It goes on from there. We couldn't. They're very tough, the tusks in Africa. Of course, in Alabama, the Tuscaloosa. I will now be sued by Kaufman and Riskin. Well, I've learned a lot from you two kids here tonight, and certainly more than I ever learned in school. And now you're going to play You Bet Your Life. You beat our other two couples, you'll get a chance at the $1,500 DeSoto Plymouth question. Can't tell you how much our other couples won, but Fenneman is off stage to remind our listeners.
The greeting card writer and the man who sells gadgets are still ahead with $185.
Here we go. Let's see how high I can build you $20. Now, you selected slogans. Here's your first question. How much of the 20 will you try?
10.
10?
Right.
You don't consult with Phil here at all, huh?
Well,
Let's get together. 10's okay. That's fine.
Ah, to be 49 again. I stole that from Chief Justice Holmes. What product uses the slogan, the pause that refreshes?
Coca-Cola.
Coca-Cola! And you kids are on your way. You have $30. You got $30. Remember, you're going for $1,500 tonight. Now, how much of the $30 will you bet on your second question? Don't think I can make it exciting, huh?
We've decided on 25.
You've decided on 20. Well, what product uses the slogan, the candy with a hole in the middle?
I know. Lifesavers.
Lifesavers! You're reclining, you have $55. $55, and here's your third question. How much of the 55?
50.
What product uses the slogan, when it rains, it pours?
Morton Salt.
Morton Salt! Well, really up there now, they have $105. $105. Here's your last chance to be the other couple. How much will you bet?
All of it, I guess.
All of it? That's the time to gamble when you're 17 and 16. What product uses the slogan, the beer that made Milwaukee famous?
Schlitz.
Schlitz is...
And you wind up.
Schlitz is absolutely high.
They do wind up with $210. That means that they get the chance with their $210. They get the chance at the DeSoto Plymouth Big Question.
Well, now, in just a minute, you two are going to have a chance to win $1,500.
Friends, what makes it possible for a car owner to get really expert service at a DeSoto Plymouth dealers? Well, for one thing, the training their service mechanics get. Training in the latest factory methods. Not just when they first go to work for a DeSoto Plymouth dealer, but constant training to keep them up on the new service and maintenance methods that are constantly coming out of the factory. Also, DeSoto Plymouth servicemen work with factory-engineered and inspected Mopar parts. And they have a large stock of these parts on hand. In addition, they have speedy access to a nationwide system of parts depots. All these things are important to you as a car owner. And there's no better time than now for you to take advantage of the better care your car gets when you drive in where you see the sign of a DeSoto Plymouth dealer. Groucho, here's our winning couple, the high school kids, all set for the $1,500 DeSoto Plymouth question.
Are you kids ready? Here we go for $1,500. I'll give you 15 seconds to decide on a single answer between you. Think carefully and no help from the audience. Here it is. One of our states touches the boundaries of 8 other states. It originally was known as the state of Franklin. What state is this?
Pennsylvania.
Is that the answer you two
we haven't arrived
upon,
at it.
huh? Well, you have to, as the bell is rung, huh?
Oh.
I'm sorry, it's Tennessee. You were a long way from it, huh? The correct answer is Tennessee. So that means the big question next week will be worth $2,000. Well, you lost the big money, but you won how much? $210
Right.
in the quiz? Congratulations, and thanks to both of you and to all of our contestants on the show tonight.
Be sure to tune in again next Wednesday night at this time for the Groucho Marx Show, when the big question will be worth $2,000. And don't miss Groucho's television show, also presented by the DeSoto Plymouth Dealers of America. And remember, all dealers who sell DeSoto also sell Plymouth. 2 great cars, both products of the Chrysler Corporation.
And when you drive in, tell them Groucho sent you. Good night, folks, and remember, just be sure to see your DeSoto Plymouth dealer.
Folks, here's a reminder from the National Safety Council. Drive slow in rain, sleet, or snow. You Bet Your Life, transcribed from Hollywood, is produced by John Goodell, directed by Robert Dwan and Bernie Smith. Music by Jerry Fielding. This is George Fenneman signing off for the more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers from coast to coast.
occupies the hither corner of the Davenport, and both are glancing through sections of the newspaper. Listen.
Your chum Beulah Witcher gets her name in the paper.
Really?
Beulah Witcher, 918 North Mason Street, who has been ill the past few days, is up and around again. Yesterday noon, she had so far recovered her health that she was able to eat a large sirloin steak, 3 fried eggs, coleslaw, lima beans, oatmeal, frazzled beef, lady fingers, corn on the cob, iced tea, cantaloupe, and banana cake.
It really says that?
No.
Well, what does it say?
Beulah Witcher, 918 North Mason Street, who has been ill the past few days, is up and around again.
Beulah is a very nice girl.
I never said she wasn't.
Darn daily little love story tonight is all about the Hawaiian Islands again.
Yes?
It was about the Hawaiian Islands last night and the night before that and 3 times last week.
The Hawaiian Islands is a romantic place.
Oh, but a person gets sick of it.
If I was an author writing a story for the newspaper, I think I'd have my setting in the Hawaiian Islands.
No, but a person gets sick of it just the same. Sometimes I wish the Hawaiian Islands were way out in the middle of the Pacific Ocean.
Yeah?
I do. Sometimes I just wish the darn Hawaiian Islands was way out in the middle of the Pacific Ocean.
Here's an interesting item.
I don't care.
You read me an item.
No, I never. You read me an item.
Little Cummins Horsey of West Elm Street entertained his tiny friends at a party, says here.
I'm not interested.
The children played games.
Read to yourself.
6-year-old Sleeper Stotchy fell down and skinned his knee.
Ow.
The parents and older folks sat out on the side yard on the cistern lid. Mr. Ed McNilch invented a bicycle that could say Mama. And Mrs. Cora Bucksaddle swallowed a shotgun.
You're making that up.
I am handsome, wealthy, talented, popular, and anti-disestablishmentarianistic. I don't make anything. I love the pretty girls, ice cream, and pie. If I had $1, I'd go spend it. If I had a dime, I'd get weighed 10 times. If I had a nickel,
Oh, yes, you're just talking to hear yourself talk. Listen to this.
You're going to read me an item now?
Yes. 2 sets of twins from Hoopston, Illinois. Robert and Slobbert Hink. And Cupid and Stupid Golf Bake. 8 picnic lunch in the vicinity of city limits Tuesday afternoon. Weenies and potato salad were enjoyed. And at the conclusion of a delicious repast, the merrymakers attended the moving picture show, which featured the famous stars Four-Fisted Frank Fuddleman and Gloria Golden.
Cozy, lady. Haven't got company, have you?
Burgers.
It's Miss Harris. Come on in, Miss Harris.
I have Father with me.
Dandy.
It's burgers, I tell you.
Oh, yes.
I seen a little bird up in the tree. That must have been terrific.
All right, Vic.
This little bird, he sat in a tree and pretty quick he flew away again. I seen him. I seen what he done.
Your bonnet slid down over your ear, Father.
I was born in Toledo, Ohio.
I say your bonnet slipped down over your ear.
Oh, well, it's warm in here.
No, but Father gets such a sort of slouchy look when his bonnet slips down over his ear.
I was born in Toledo, Ohio. The other day you were telling me you were born in St. Louis, Missouri. Tomorrow I'm going to look up in the tree and see if I see that little bird again. You do that. Wish I had me some of them peanuts with the chocolate smeared on the outside.
Oh, let me fix your bonnet, Father.
Yes. Hey, Mom, stop. It's burglar's day.
Yes,
It's your little boy, Rush, Mr. Gook.
Oh, I'm convinced it's burglars. Hey, Mom. Mom, you home?
We got nice company, Willie. Miss Harris and Mr. Sproul are here.
Oh, that's well. I'll be right in. I was born in Bismarck, North Dakota.
I'm feeling just splendid, Rush. Father, did you tell Rush hello?
Yes. No, you never.
All right, Dick.
Never opened his trap.
Oh, when you cut out the childishness.
Never opened his trap. I knew a fellow once that owned a motorcycle he made himself. Bet he was born in Boston, Massachusetts. He was born in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. He was born in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, and had a motorcycle he made himself. Wrap your baby bonnet before it slides off your head.
I'll fix it, Father.
Yes.
Now, what is all this rush you come galloping in all excited about?
Uncle Fletcher will be here in a minute, and so will Mr. Corkle.
Corkle, the gas meter reader guy?
Yeah.
Well, what's the idea?
He's going to give me a piano lesson.
Piano lesson?
You appreciate Mr. Corkle gives piano lessons.
He requires a piano to give piano lessons, don't he?
He'll have a piano.
Bring one with him, is he?
Uncle Fletcher is furnishing the piano.
I'm afraid we got another one of them ridiculous situations that's always cropping up in this family, Miss Harris.
Very likely Rush is just making up a little joke to tease Mama and Papa. Oh, Father, please don't unfasten your shawl. Leave the safety pin where it is.
I wish I had some of them peanuts with the chocolate smeared on the outside. I had some peanuts with chocolate smeared on the outside one time. They were all born in Somerset, Kentucky.
Yes. Leave your shawl where it is, Father. Now let the safety pin alone.
Yes.
Now, what is all this about Mr. Corkle and Uncle Fletcher and piano lessons, Rush?
I was skulking down in the courthouse yard with Uncle Fletcher and Michigan from Michigan, Michigan, and B.B. Ball and Y.I.I.Y. Skeeber and Stacy Yacht and Pelder Unleaf.
Well, don't bother naming off everyone in town. Just go ahead with what you were telling.
Florence, tell this lad about me seeing a little bird up in the tree.
Hush, Father, you're interrupting.
Go ahead.
Well, I was skulking down in the courthouse yard with Uncle Fletcher and a gang of the different ones. And Mr. Corkle asked me to read her guide, sauntered past, and stopped to chat. And we got talking about piano lessons. And he offered to give me a piano lesson. And it all ended up by us arranging for a piano lesson yet tonight.
You're getting the piano lesson tonight?
Yes.
Here?
Right in this living room.
Where's the piano?
Uncle Fletcher's furnishing it.
I wasn't aware he owned a piano.
It's Frida Call's piano.
Frida Call's piano?
Yes.
Oh, silly stuff that goes on. Golly, the person don't know half the time whether they're standing on their head or their feet.
Lawrence, you was born in Scrub Forks, Indiana.
No, Father. No, I was born in Decatur, Illinois.
My bonnet's down over my eyes.
I'll fix it. Rush, you know Mr. Call chopped up Frida's piano into firewood the other day.
Yes, I do know that.
It was old and broke and shabby and useless, and they just took it out in the alley and chopped it up.
Uncle Fletcher acquired the ruins of that piano.
Yeah?
Uncle Fletcher acquired the ruins of that piano. He plans to assemble those ruins, pound the instrument back into shape, and have it in readiness for Mr. Corkle and myself when we have our music lesson this evening.
Oh, now, listen.
I speak the truth. Uncle Fletcher guaranteed to produce a foolproof, dyed-in-the-wool, 100% piano.
Sadie, honey, in the living room, are they? Nobody can tell me this ain't burglary.
It's Uncle Fletcher.
Yes.
Oh, Sadie.
We're all in here, Uncle Fletcher.
Where was you born, Howard?
Me? Well, where was I born?
Yes.
I was born in Cedar Rapids, Iowa.
So was I. You hear that, Florence? Howard here is born Cedar Rapids, Iowa, same as me.
Haul up your shawl, Sprawl. Scoop your bonnet back on your head. You're coming apart.
Yes.
I know a fathead there in Sycamore that wore a hood and a bib, but you're the first gink I ever seen that sported a shawl and a bonnet.
My father's subject to colds, Mr. Rush.
No apologies is necessary, ma'am.
I'm not apologizing for anything.
Shall we shake hands on that?
No thanks.
Uncle Fletcher, I want you to explain this pile of lumber and junk you hauled in my living room.
I did explain that, Sadie. It's a piano.
Very much resembles the piano I used to own back in Kansas City that got hit by a fast passenger train and was left for dead beside the track.
You could just as well call a heap of bricks the public library as call this mess of boards and planks and nails and trash a piano. You could just as well call...
I have reassembled this mess of boards and planks and nails and trash. We will have a musical instrument here. When I have reassembled this...
Where's the keys? Where's the wires? Where's the pedals?
In my pocket.
No.
Yes.
Oh, Miss Harris, does crazy wild rubbish like this ever happen at your house?
Well, I don't remember as anybody ever hauled in a pile of timber and...
No, I bet not. Uncle Fletcher, I'm going to ask you to remove your junk.
Vernon Corkle, like asked me to read her half-wit, is coming to give this child a music lesson directly.
Music lesson?
Rush, go down cellar.
Oh, Uncle Fletcher.
Go down cellar, I say. Us grown-ups is going to have adult conversation here. It might not be appropriate for the ears of a tiny tot.
I'm no tiny tot. I'm a sophomore in high school.
Say, honey, I went to considerable effort to bring this piano here.
Piano?
Took me 45 minutes of rushing around like a chicken with my head off to round up the various ingredients of the piano.
Ingredients.
The lumber was all home in my landlady's backyard. Some of the keys was in my dresser drawer, and some of the keys was on top of the sideboard. And 10 of the keys had been buried out beside the house by my landlady's dog, Elizabeth, who thought they was bones. I'd given a half dozen of the half-wit keys to friends of mine to use as shoehorn. All them dim-wit, numbskull piano keys had to be rounded up.
Let's go home, Florence.
In a minute, Father.
Miss Harris, ma'am, I'll ask you to step down cellar.
You just ask away.
Down cellar, ma'am, I say. Trot.
Uncle Fletcher, you're talking to one of my guests.
Fine.
Yes, I'll say fine.
And the lame-brained, fathead piano wires. They was all over everywhere. I give one to B.B. Baugh to use as a pair of suspenders. I give one to Pelter Unbleat to use as an auxiliary throttle cord on his automobile. 6 of them piano wires the landlady had strung into a clothesline in her basement. 35 or 40 of them I located in the garbage box.
Now, never forget the
All that trash had to be collected. All that trash had to be collected so this tiny boy could take his music lesson tonight.
Oh, Uncle Fletcher, you're the limit.
I will assemble the piano.
All right, assemble it.
I seen a little bird up in the tree.
Where?
Outdoors.
You seen a little bird up in the tree outdoors?
Yes.
I bet you enjoyed that.
My daughter Florence was born in Atlanta, Georgia.
Oh, no, I wasn't, Father.
I will assemble the piano, Vic, honey.
Do that, old
pal. I have the pedals in my pocket, both the loud and soft. Folks ever heard you give your imitation of a chap with his head caught in a revolving door at the post office?
Sure. I performed that stunt 800 times.
Let's hear your imitation of a chap with his head caught in a revolving door at the post office.
Okay.
Here's a fella that's got his head caught in the revolving door at the post office. Go ahead, Rice. Hey! All right, that's enough. But just goes to prove what I was saying.
What were you saying?
Yeah. You're a true musician. He can't work his greasiest and smoothiest unless he's got a loud treadle and a soft treadle. And now I'll assemble this numbskull piano.
Good evening, Mrs. Scott. Are you people in the living room?
Burglar, Scott. Yes. I see.
Mr. Corkle, I think.
Uh-huh. Come in, Mr. Corkle.
Much obliged. I will. Just hang up my hat.
I'll show you how to assemble a half-witted, leather-headed, bird-brain piano.
Of course, Mr. Corkle.
I've read her gas meter dozens of times.
And her father, Mr. Sprawl?
Yes, indeed. You're about to lose your bonnet, Mr. Sprawl.
The ribbons comes loose.
Go down cellar, Rush.
What for, Uncle Fletcher?
This adult conversation is not appropriate for the ears of the tiny tots.
There's nothing wrong with this conversation.
That's what I say. Go down cellar, Rush.
I believe I'll stay up here.
You'll enjoy that.
The piano seems to be taking shape.
You'll be able to swap out a tune on it in less than 2 minutes.
Good.
How's your mother-in-law, Coco?
Mother has managed to keep in splendid health this past week, Mr. Cook.
Glad to hear it.
Of course, she just will overdo.
Yes.
This morning, that darn foolish girl used the lawnmower to trim the ivy on the side of the house. Her arms got so tired.
She mowed the side of the house?
Yes. Got up on a stepladder and mowed all that ivy.
But a lawnmower must weigh 50 pounds or better. I know ours does.
Mother is just incorrigible that way. She's the naughtiest girl ever. Oh, she's muscular and all. We have to admit that. But at night she is generally so tired out she can't hardly unbutton her shoe. Why, Edith and I were saying the other day, we bet...
There we are.
Your piano assembled?
My piano is assembled.
Think it will play, Mr. Rush?
Of course it'll play. Sit down. Play a tune. Try it out.
All right.
I done this difficult thing. I went to all this trouble. I made these various sacrifices in order that this tiny tot could take his music lesson.
I appreciate it, Uncle Fletcher.
Sit down, Crackle. Play.
All right.
Where were you born? Me? Yes. I was born in Tomahawk, Wisconsin. I was, too. You hear that, Florence? He's born in Tomahawk, Wisconsin, same as me. He was born in Tomahawk, Wisconsin. I was born in Tomahawk, Wisconsin. We're all born in Tomahawk, Wisconsin.
Yes, Father. Let me slide your bonnet back on your head.
He was born in Tomahawk, Wisconsin, and I was born in Tomahawk, Wisconsin.
Yes, Father.
I'm ready to play the piano now, people.
Go ahead.
Vitalis for well-groomed hair and Trouchet, the hand lotion with the beforehand extra, bring you Duffy's Tavern, starring Archie himself and Gardner. Here's a new and different way to care for your hands. It's with Trouchet, the beforehand lotion, a really different idea in hand lotions. Use Trouchet before you get to work, before you do dishes, before you put your hands in dishwater or do light laundry. Trouchet is so effective that it will guard your hands even in that hot, soapy water. But you can also use Trouchet as you use ordinary hand lotions, anytime your hands need a creamy, softening lotion. So get Trouchet and get an all-around hand lotion that also gives you beforehand protection. Get Trouchet, the beforehand lotion, and get softer, lovelier hands.
Hello, Duffy's Tavern. What do you eat? Meet you. Archie the manager speaking. Duffy ain't here. Oh, hello, Duffy. Well, it looks like spring is here. Yes, spring. And the whole world kind of lousy with Mother Nature's wonders. Well, I might start this thing over again. Duffy's Tavern, where do you eat? Spring and the whole world lousy with Mother Nature's wonders. I'm out of practice. I wasn't here last week. What? You ain't noticed nothing different, Duffy? Well, just gaze your eyes out the window, and what do you see? Mrs. Murphy's long underwear? Well, that proves it's spring. She ain't wearing them. Oh, she is, huh? She's sitting out on the fire escape? Oh. Well, she don't do that in the winter, so it proves it's spring. Yeah, the time of the year when the birds and the bees watch people and take notes. Yeah. In other words, you know how all year long a guy sits around thinking about dames? Well, spring is when he does something about it. Yeah. Well, Duffy, why don't you be more romantic? Don't spring mean nothing to you? It means Eddie and me should get busy with the spring cleaning? Duffy, it's employers like you that give work a bad name. Besides, the joint don't look so bad. It's clean enough to fool the health inspector and yet dirty enough to keep him intrigued. Huh? Okay, Duffy. Eddie.
Yes?
Eddie, when was the last time this place was cleaned up?
Oh, no, I know. I'm Eddie Green, not an elephant.
Eddie, stop gold bricking. We got to clean up the place. Now, get up there on the ladder and sweep that big spider web off the ceiling.
Got news for you.
What?
That spider web is the ceiling.
Well, cut the jokes and get up on the ladder, and while you're up there, scrape the dirt off the walls.
All the dirt?
Yeah.
What you want to do, start a landslide?
Eddie, will you get to work and decease the comedy?
Hello, boys.
Oh, hello, Miss Duffy.
Well, it looks like spring has really come to 3rd Avenue.
Yeah, you noticed it too, huh?
Yeah. On my way down here, a robin whistled at me.
Mm-hmm. Well, for you, that's about par. But it looks like you're the only member of the family that seems to relish spring.
Oh, no. Mama thinks it's very romantic, too. Guess what?
What?
Last night when she went to bed, she put a mud pack on her face. You should have heard Papa complain.
Why?
He says it was like sleeping next to a swamp. Incidentally, Archie.
Yeah?
Papa says as soon as you finish with the spring cleaning, either you or Eddie can have the night off.
A night off? No kidding. Quick, let me get my address book here.
Just a minute. Mr. Duffy said either you or me could have the night off.
Well, if that's your attitude, I'll toss you for it.
Okay, wait till I get out off the ladder here.
Don't bother. I'll just toss the coin and I'll let you know how it comes out.
I stay up there and you going to let me know how it comes out?
Yeah. Oh, here we are. Call it, Eddie.
Okay. Heads. And have a nice time.
What do you know? Tails. I win. Lucky, huh, Eddie? Eddie, I did not cheat.
I didn't say nothing.
I know, but in the future, I'll thank you to watch the tone of your silence. Well, I think I'll go and paint the town. I'll see you tomorrow.
Yeah, before you go painting the town, ain't you forgetting 2 things?
What?
A, money, and B, a girl.
Eddie, if one has A, one can get B. And I happen to have me full week's paycheck, $15 worth of A.
What about it?
Well, the little address book is just busting at the seams here. I don't like to brag, but, you know the New York telephone directory?
Yeah?
They get their numbers from me. Now, let's see this book here. Rosie, Mabel, Yvonne, Emma. Yeah, Emma Schultz. I ain't seen her in years.
You mean the butcher's daughter?
Yeah. What a honey. We used to neck in a old man's refrigerator. You know, Schultz never did find out why his ice bill was so high. I think I'll call her up. Hello? Is Emma there? This is her husband? Well, sir, when you hear the tone, the time will be 9:27 and a half.
Sound like that refrigerator was a little crowded.
Yeah, let me see now. Let me try this one now. Hello? Is Hazel there? She's taking a bath? Sorry, I must have the wrong number. Let's see. Oh, here's one, yeah. Yeah, Amber Gris McNulty. Yeah, me old sweetheart from PS4.
No dice. Now, I just saw her the other day. She's married and got 14 kids.
Really? And to think she always flunked multiplication. Well, let's see. Who else could I call? Hello, operator. Give me information. Hello, information? Look, honey, what are you doing tonight? Hello? And that kind of a dame calls herself a public utility.
No more phone number?
Well, nothing up to my usual standard. What a break. A spring night and no dame. Spring with the crocuses croaking. And the trees blossoming. And the little things popping up out of the ground.
Did I hear you say something about spring?
Yeah, good old spring. Ain't it wonderful?
Yep, no bed should be without one.
What I mean is spring in the air.
Well, if you say so, Arch, but I ain't much of a pole vaulter.
Maybe we better switch the subject. Where you been all day?
Up in Central Park, seeing the sights.
And vice versa?
Yeah. Boy, what fun I had feeding the squirrels.
Nuts?
Some of them. But most of them squirrels is just as normal as you and me.
Yeah.
In fact, a lot of them is much normaler than people.
There's that remark.
Well, sometimes people are stupid. Up in the park there, I was watching a sailor out on the lake in a rowboat with his girl. All he did for 2 hours was hug and kiss her.
Well, what's stupid about that?
Well, you'd think after months on the ocean, the guy'd be sick and tired of water.
Then again, maybe the guy was in love.
Love?
Yeah.
Well, that's stupid, too.
What do you mean?
Well, what happens? The guy falls in love with a dame and they get married. Before you know it, they got 8 or 10 kids. And the kids get married. Pretty soon the guy's an old man with a bunch of grandchildren.
So?
And one day his wife leaves him and he's got to start all over again. Well, I'll see you later. I got to get down to the police station.
The police for what?
Well, when I was up in the park, I found this lady's purse and I'm going down to return it.
Lady's purse? Let me see it.
Yeah.
Hey, look at that. Genuine stimulated leather. Hey, and look at here.
What?
Just pictured. It must be the dame that lost it. Look at that bathing suit. What a tomato. Finnegan, forget the police station, huh?
Why?
Well, here's her name and phone number, Myrtle Dodge. I'll call her up and talk to her, you know. Just let her know we found the purse, that is.
Oh, yeah? You ain't kidding me, Arch. I know what you're after.
What?
The reward.
You ain't kidding. Hello? Is this Myrtle Dodge? Well, my name is Archie. I think I found your purse. Now, if I bring it up to you, how about a date? You can't leave your girlfriend? Well, what's she like? Is she as buxom as you? Even buxomer, huh? Okay, I'll bring a friend for your friend. All right. Finnegan, come on. We got a double date.
Just a minute. What do I have to do?
Oh, nothing. Just talk to the dame, hold her hand, maybe kiss her goodnight.
Nothing doing. That kissing stuff ain't for me.
You mean you never kissed a dame?
Only me mother.
Well, your mother's a dame.
Yeah, but you'd never know it.
Now, look, Finnegan, I got a date for you. You know, kissing a sweetheart is a lot different from kissing your mother.
Oh, yeah? What's the difference?
About 5 minutes. Now, come on with me, and you'll see for yourself.
Hi, Arch.
Oh, hello, Joe. I'm just on my way up to meet a new girlfriend.
Oh, what's she like?
Well, here, look for yourself. Here's a picture in a bathing suit. Joe, stop staring so long.
Why?
A thing like that could be habit forming.
Very nice, Arch. You say you've got a date with her?
Yeah, I'm on my way up to see her now.
The way you look?
Well, I might change me suit.
Is that all?
Well, I might shave.
Yeah.
Put on me Blue Jay corn plaster.
What else?
Vitalis me hair.
Oh, Arch, I'm glad you said that.
Joe, I thought you'd be.
Sure, because there's nothing like Vitalis to make your hair look its best. Make you look your best. Make you look well-groomed. After all, Arch, you're a handsome devil.
I didn't think you cared.
And you don't want to spoil all those good looks by showing up with dry, unruly hair.
Oh, perish forbid.
Vitalis will tame down dry, unruly hair, make it look well-groomed, but without a greasy patent leather shine. There's no mineral oil in Vitalis, you know. Vitalis doesn't contain a single drop of it. Just pure vegetable oil, so your hair is left natural-looking, handsome in a masculine way. So, Arch, why don't you give yourself a Vitalis 60-second workout before your date tonight, and you'll attract any girl.
Okay, Joe, I'll use the Vitalis now. Is that all you have to say?
Yeah, except that Vitalis is a good buy.
Goodbye, Joe.
Hey, Miss Archie, you better hurry up. You've been standing in front of that mirror for 10 minutes.
Yeah, no wonder Dames is nuts about me. That profile, that sensitive face. Wonder, Christian, how could you do it? Eddie, I gotta look my best tonight. Now, you got a nail file?
Here you are.
Thanks. I gotta scrape this mud off my shoes. You know, first impressions is important.
What about that cigar butt behind your ear?
Oh, yeah, I'm glad you reminded me. I'll put a Corona band around it. I think maybe I'd better get myself a new suit, too.
Where you gonna get it? Salvation Army?
Don't be cryptic. It happens I have a new tailor, the Duke of Kemp Tailoring Emporium Limited.
Is this the place where you walk 3 flights down?
Well, you have to make some sacrifices if you want to dress well. I think I'll give him a call. Hello, Duke of Kent Tailoring Emporium? Oh, hello, Mo. This is Archie. Archie, the padded shoulders with the belt in the back. Look, Mo, what have you got in a well-fitting misfit? Gray tweed with just a slight imperfection? What's the imperfection, Mo? One of the sleeves is missing. Well, frankly, I was figuring on something a little more tailored. Tell me, why don't you just pick one out for me? You know, one of the good ones, the ones you put in the window.
Sure. Looks good on the dummy. Why shouldn't it look good on you?
Quiet. Okay, Mo, I'll pick it up in a little while. By the way, that's 2 pair of pants, ain't it? Uh-huh. And the free catcher's mitt? Okay, see you in a while, Mo. Boy, I'm going to knock that Myrtle Dodd's eyes out.
Yeah, it ain't for nothing that they call you Archie the Playboy.
Some playboy.
What did you say?
Oh, nothing.
I know, but how did you express it this time? What was that crack about the Playboy?
Well, all I say is there's 2 kinds of men that take a girl out.
Namely?
Well, there's the one type that takes you out and buys you lobster and champagne. And then there's your type. A quick beer and a struggle.
This from a dame that sits by the telephone praying for wrong numbers.
Say, Art.
Yeah?
About our date tonight, do you suppose the girls would notice it if I didn't go along?
Now, look, Finnegan, you can't back out now. The date's all set.
Well, where are we going to take them, Art?
Well, I wonder how much the store club would cost. Let me call them up. Hello, store club? How much do you charge for dinner for 4 people? Thank you. Hello, Toots yours? Is Toots there? Well, see how close you can get him to the phone, will you? Hello, Toots. This is Archie at Duffy's Tavern. Well, we're taking a couple of dames out tonight, and since I'm a fellow restaurant owner, well, I don't want to haggle, but what sort of a professional rate could you give me? Uh-huh. Let's haggle. Huh? You don't lower your prices for nobody? Well, look, I'm planning to spend about $4. Where do you think I should go? Mr. Shaw, there I can go for nothing.
Hey, look, Arch, you got to let me out of this day.
Why?
Well, you know me. I don't know how to act in them high-class nightclubs.
Well, there's nothing to worry about. You just walk in and you're greeted by the maitre d'.
Who's that?
The guy that throws you out. That is ordinarily, but if you got the money, he leads you over to the table, see? Then when you get to the table, that's when you start cutting corners.
Oh.
Well, you carelessly say to him, oh, well, Capitan, I think I shall place our dinner order later.
What's the idea of that?
Well, this is to give the dame you're with a chance to fill up on bread.
Then I suppose you stall a little while longer by dancing.
Dancing? Are you mad and let her work up an appetite?
Yeah, but sooner or later she's going to get hold of that menu.
Well, not necessarily. If a gentleman is well-bred, he always looks at the menu first, see? And if he sees something like pressed duck for $4.50...
Yeah?
He quick breathes on the dame's bifocals and fogs them up.
Boy. Arch, you sure been around.
I think I know a few angles. There's a lot of little tricks, Finnegan, you know, like how to nonchalantly slip your hand under the napkin, thus giving the appearance that one is actually leaving the waiter a tip. And how, on leaving the nightclub, to avoid giving the doorman a gratuity, you see, you send him down to the corner for a taxi and walk off in the other direction. But enough of this instruction. I got to get down to the Duke of Kent and get that suit. Well, fellas, look me over. How do you like my new suit?
Well, pull down the shades and call me Sunset.
Well, aside from the colors, how do you like the tailoring?
Let's see. Turn around.
Okay.
From the back, the front looks perfect.
Miss Archie, them trousers.
What about the trousers?
Well, ain't they a little tight across the chest?
Eddie, after all, you got to remember this suit was made for somebody else.
Oh, and then the circus left town, huh?
Look, maybe it ain't perfect, but you got to admit it's good value. After all, only $9 with 2 pairs of pants.
Yeah, with pants as tight as that, you better bring the other pair along in case of a blowout.
I've never seen such jealousy.
All right. Here I am, all set for the date.
Hey, you got a clean shirt on. What happened?
Well, it was an accident, Arch. I thought I was playing a slot machine.
Yeah?
It turned out to be one of them automatic laundries.
Hey, them things must be all right, though. That shirt looks very well laundered.
Oh, yeah. Only thing was, it took me 20 minutes to crawl out of the machine.
You got stuck in the machine?
Yeah, but I didn't mind, Arch. That spinning around sure clears a guy's head. Hey, look, shall we get started here?
Why not? As the handkerchief said to the proboscis, let's blow. Well, this is Myrtle's address, Benny. Let's see. Myrtle Dodds, apartment 27.
27? That must be down here at the end of the hall.
Yeah. Now, remember, Finnegan, I gave the tailor $3 deposit, and I only got $12 left, so leave us not let these dames talk us into spending a fortune. Wait a minute. Here we are, 27.
Yes?
Well, Hubba. Miss Dodds, I would like you...
Sorry, the exterminator was here yesterday.
Gee, Arch, I'm kind of disappointed. I was hoping the first date would last a little longer.
Wait a minute here.
Yes?
I'm afraid there must be some mistake.
Arch, when they slam it twice, is that what they mean by a double date?
Myrtle, I got the purse.
Oh, come in.
You are Myrtle, ain't you?
Yes?
Oh, well, I'm Archie, and this is my friend Finnegan. He's the one that really retrieved the lost purse.
Yes, he does look like a retriever.
Thank you.
By the way, where is your roommate?
Oh, Gertrude? Oh, she's in the other room. I'll call her. Gertrude? Yes? The boys are here.
Okay, I'm coming.
Hello, boys.
He's good dance. She looks like something on television.
I'm sorry I kept you waiting, boys, but I was putting on my face.
Did she have to put that one on?
Well, Gertrude, which one do you want? The retriever or giraffe neck here? Oh, let's draw matchsticks to see who gets who. Okay. Here, pick a match. Oh, gee, mine's shortest. I lose. Oh, Archie.
Yes?
Fate has thrown us together.
Fate should get a kick in the teeth.
Oh, Mr. Finnegan.
Do I?
Why don't you and I sit over here?
Okay.
Aren't you going to hold the chair for me?
Why, it ain't moving.
Look, girls, we was planning to take you to dinner, but...
Why go out to dinner? We can cook dinner right here.
Okay. Usually I like to go out where one can dance.
Oh, we can dance right here, too.
I've been looking for this dame all my life. Well, honey, when do we start eating?
As soon as the groceries arrive. Myrtle? Yes? The groceries are here. Oh, Gertrude, do you have any money? Not a cent. Do you, Myrtle? Not a cent.
Well,
Well,
Oh, this is very embarrassing. We don't seem to have $6.
It's embarrassing for me. I do. Okay, here you are. Here's the $6.
Oh, I'll take it. I'll be back in a second.
Look, Myrtle, I realize you're with Finnegan, that he is your boyfriend now, but how about me holding your hand?
No.
Look, honey, you realize I'm a very attractive man, don't you?
No.
What a stubborn thing. Look, Myrtle, why don't you break down and just let me slip my arm around your waist?
Get away from me, you crumb.
Myrtle, you seem to forget I have $6 worth of groceries invested in you. Now, look, honey, leave this talk this over here.
Archie.
What is it now?
Ice cream.
How much?
$3.
$3. I suppose you girls are still broke.
I'm afraid so.
Okay, here you are, Gertrude. Pay the man the $3. Now, where was we, Myrtle? Myrtle, you're crying. What's the matter with you?
It isn't me. It's Mother.
How much? What's the matter with her?
She's starving. She needs $20.
$20 for food?
No, for a new upper plate. She can't chew.
But I only got $3 left.
Okay, you can owe me the other 17.
What have we got into here? Who's that?
Oh, just a second. I'll find out. Yes?
Is this Myrtle Dodge?
Yes?
Well, you don't know me, but I happen to find your purse.
Oh, no. Come on, Finnegan. Brother, are we lucky to get out of that joint? Them dames clipped me for $12.
Yeah, what suckers.
Yeah, we sure was.
Well, I mean the dames.
What do you mean, the dames?
Look what I swiped from the grocery bag, a whole salami.
Yes, it's a hit. Thousands of men have switched to new Benex Brushless Shave Cream. Thousands are discovering that Benex gives them the best shaves they've ever had.
Mister, it's time you, too, tried Benex, the new wonder shave with a sensational beard-softening formula.
Benex Brushless leaves your face feeling extra smooth, comfortable.
And Benex doesn't clog your razor or drain.
But don't take our word for it. Just try Benex yourself. Get a tube at your nearest drug counter.
Or we'll send you a big 25-cent tube free. Write your name and address on a postcard and mail to Benex, B-E-N-E-X, Empire State Building, New York 1, New York.
Remember, buy Benex Brushless or try it free by writing Benex, Empire State Building, New York. Hurry, offer limited. Duffy's Tavern for this evening, but let's meet here again at the same time next Wednesday. Duffy's Tavern is brought to you by Vitalis for well-groomed hair and Truchet, the hand lotion with the beforehand extra. Each Wednesday, Bristol Myers brings you Duffy's Tavern and Mr. District Attorney, which follows immediately over most of these stations.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
It's new. It's amazing. It's Prell, P-R-E-L-L, Procter & Gamble's new Radiant Cream Shampoo in the handy tube. Prell brings you The Life of Riley. Prell, the shampoo that removes unsightly dandruff in as little as 3 minutes and leaves hair radiantly clean, radiantly lovely, presents The Life of Riley, with William Bendix as Riley. To hear Chester Riley talk, it would seem that he is endowed with the courage of a lion, the strength of an elephant, and the ferocity of a tiger. But between talking and doing, there's a very wide gap, and Riley invariably falls into it. The other day, for instance, Mrs. Riley and Junior arranged to meet him outside the aircraft plant where he works and do a little shopping together.
Hey, Peg, Junior, here I am.
Oh, hello, dear. Hiya, Pop. Well, you're right on time.
Well, I almost wasn't on account of that big Abe Hawkins.
Oh, Riley, are you having trouble with your foreman again?
That slave driver wanted me to work overtime and finish a job.
Well, maybe you should have.
Well, I might have if he'd asked me decent, but I didn't like his tone, and I told him so. Look here, Hawkins, I said.
You may be my foreman, but you got no right bellowing at me like a bull, as if you was my wife.
Well, that's fine.
Oh, I didn't mean nothing personal, Dumpling. After all, you're not a bull. If I'd meant you, I'd have said it. Well, anyway, I told him off good.
Well, you should have taken a poke at him, Pop.
Now,
I almost did. I made him apologize to me, see, but he didn't sound sincere. So I grabbed him by the collar, and I shook him up and down, up and down.
Pop, put me down.
Huh?
Riley.
Oh, well, excuse me, Junior. Sometimes I don't know my own strength.
Boy, you're strong, all right.
Clean living did it.
Riley. Dear, do you think it was wise laying hands on Hawkins like that? But you might have lost your job.
I know, but a guy can only take so much. A guy's got pride, you know. That's more important than any job.
You're okay, Pop.
Well, thanks, son. And let this be a lesson to you, Junior. Don't take no guff from nobody. Stand up to him, like I did to that big baboon Hawkins.
Oh, Riley!
Let's go.
Just a minute, Riley.
Mr. Hawkins.
Who you calling a big baboon?
My boy here. Well, good night, Mr. Hawkins.
Didn't I tell you to stay and finish that job?
Yes, sir.
Then what's the idea sneaking out the minute my back is turned?
Oh, was that your back? I didn't realize. I thought you were still facing me.
Always trying to squirm out of it, eh, you phony?
Hey, now don't let him talk to you like that, Pop. Grab him and make him apologize, like you did before.
What?
The kid don't know what he's saying. He's drunk.
Now, Riley, I'm going easy on you this time, but next time I give an order, I want it carried out. Can you get that through your skull?
Oh, yes, sir. I'll get it through my skull somehow.
That's all. You can go.
Oh, thank you, sir. Come on, Peg. Good night, Mr. Hawkins, sir. Peg. Junior. I hear there's a big blizzard in the east. And I certainly wish I was there. You see, Peg, Junior, about Hawkins.
Well, we're home.
Yeah, we're home.
Well, Riley, aren't you coming in?
May I?
Now, don't be silly.
Junior, about Hawkins.
I have some homework to do. Excuse me, Father.
Peg, did you hear that? He called me father. Just like I was a stranger.
Sit down, Riley. I'll get you something to eat.
I ain't hungry. Peg, about Hawkins. I ain't really a coward.
Oh, why don't you try to just forget about
it? But you know I ain't a coward.
Well, I know, dear, but...
If I have to fight, I fight. Remember that time in the circus when that guy got fresh with you? Remember how I took a swing at him?
Yes, I remember.
Yeah. I sure taught that midget a lesson.
Well, I'll fix you some supper, Riley.
And the only reason I let Hawkins... Well, was on account of my job. I ain't afraid of him.
I know, dear, and I certainly didn't want you to fight with Hawkins, but...
But what?
Well, you just can't let people walk all over you.
But my job...
You said yourself, sometimes pride is more important than a job.
Yeah, I know. It's easy to say. But in the morning when you're hungry for bacon and eggs, you can't eat fried pride. You understand, don't you?
Of course I do.
And you'll explain it to Junior, won't you?
Well, maybe you'd better leave Junior alone for a few days.
Yeah. I guess he hates me.
Oh, now don't be silly. He couldn't hate you. It's just that... Well, I guess he's a little disappointed in you. You know how boys are. They like to look up to their fathers, be proud of them.
Yeah, I know. I was always a hero to him. A regular Florence Nightingale. He'll never forgive me.
Now, stop worrying about it.
His own father double-crossed him.
Oh, now, it's not that bad.
Yes, it is. I had a chance to give him a break, but I didn't. 18 years ago when you proposed marriage to me, I should have had the decency to turn you down. Peg! Junior! Well, they ain't home. Guy comes home from work, nobody's home. Fine thing. No respect, that's what. Well, I can't really blame them. How can they respect me after what happened yesterday? Oh, I'm no good. Oh, I'm no good. When it gets around, everybody will laugh at me. Why can't I be a man? Stand up to that Hawkins and let him have it. Just one good punch. Oh! He did my knuckles. Some hero. What am I picking on the poor piano for? I should be hitting Hawkins. And I will. Sure, why not? I ain't yellow. I just don't fight unless I'm sore. And I'm sore now. I'll fix that Hawkins. I'm going right over to his house and do it now. Better wait till tomorrow. Yeah, tomorrow. Tomorrow will be much better. At the plant, in front of the whole Nuts and Bolts Club. Yeah, I'll mobilize them. I'll pulverize them. I'll come at him like a raging bull. Hawkins will say, put up your dukes. You're going to get what's coming to you. And then Hawkins will say...
Please, Mr. Riley, sir. Don't hit me. Don't hit me.
Get off your knees, Hawkins. I can't stand a coward. This is it, Hawkins. You asked for it.
Oh! Oh, Mr. Riley, sir, you broke my nose. It's all crooked.
It is, huh? Well, now it's straight again.
Pop, what's the matter? You look so funny. What happened?
Ask Hawkins. Ask him how he liked that punch in the nose I gave him.
Pop, you punched Hawkins. Oh, boy.
Huh? Oh, hello, Junior.
You punched that Hawkins.
Who, me?
Oh, jeez. Oh, your knuckles are bleeding.
But Junior,
boy, you must have walloped him.
No, wait.
Hey, Mom, come here quick.
Oh, what's the matter?
Hey, Mom, Pop punched Mr. Hawkins in the nose.
Junior, wait. Don't...
I'm glad, Riley. Now, I don't approve of fighting, but if ever anybody deserved it, that Hawkins did. I hope you punched him good and hard.
Peg, wait. You see,
Heavens, look at your knuckles.
But, Peg,
I'll bathe him for you, dear. And don't you worry about your job. I'm glad you hit him. I'm proud of you.
So am I. But, gee, I wish I could have been there when you laid him out.
So do I. I mean, I wish Junior could have been there.
Oh, you're okay, Pop. Gee, and I thought that...
Thought what?
No, it doesn't matter now. This proves you're okay. Well, how did it happen, Pop?
Yes, dear, how did it start?
You really want to know?
Yeah, come on, Pop, tell us.
Well, here I was, and there was Hawkins, just about where the piano is, and I hauled off like this, and I let him have it, right in his big teeth, like this. Ow! And so help me, that's exactly what happened.
We'll hear the second act of The Life of Riley in a moment.
Oh, Ken, across the nation, the shampoo sensation is Prell.
Yes, Prell, Procter & Gamble's Radiant Cream Shampoo in the handy tube. You'll like Prell for two reasons.
First, Prell reveals a radiant natural beauty in your hair no soap or soap shampoo can match. Prell uncovers lovely, youthful highlights, leaves your hair wonderfully soft, satin smooth, easy to manage.
Second, Prell goes after unsightly dandruff quickly. Removes it in as little as 3 minutes. Leaves your hair sparkling clean, well groomed.
And Prell goes farther than any other known shampoo, cream or liquid, because it's concentrated for economy. You use less, get more lather.
So ask for the shampoo in the handy tube. Ask for...
P-R-E-L-L-L shampoo.
Leaves hair radiant, gleaming bright. Not a bit of dandruff is in sight. Comes in a tube, handy too. P-R-E-L-L, Prel shampoo.
By Prel shampoo. And now back to The Life of Riley with William Bendix as Riley.
Peg.
Hello, dear.
Hiya, champ.
Oh, what's the matter, Riley? You seem upset.
You bet I'm upset. Who's been telling everybody I punched Hawkins in the nose? It's all over the plant.
Oh, I guess I told them.
You?
Yeah, I was bragging to some of the kids, and I guess they told their fathers.
Why don't you mind your own business? Now, on account of you, I'm a hero. The guys at the plant nominated me to the Nuts and Bolts Club. They're giving me a dinner tonight at Luigi's.
Well, you always wanted to get into the club.
Yeah, but
Well, then what are you yelling at Junior for? You ought to thank him.
But Hawkins... Thanks, son.
Well, I don't understand you, Riley. You stood up for your rights. Why don't you want people to know? It isn't like you to be so modest.
Well, yeah, for years you've been trying to get in that club at your plant, and now you're in. What's the harm?
Yeah, but you don't Yeah, what's the harm? Sure, what's done is done. Sure, what am I worrying about? Everything will be okay. You know, Dublin, sometimes I ain't very bright.
No, dear.
That's what I like about you. You always agree with me. Junior, I'm sorry I snapped at you.
No, that's okay, Pop.
Here's $5. Buy yourself something.
Oh, say, thanks, Pop. Oh, this will come in handy. I'm taking Angela to the school dance tomorrow.
Oh, you got a new girl?
Yeah, Angela Hawkins.
Well, that's fine. Junior, you mean Hawkins' kid?
Yeah, she's in my class.
I forbid it. You stay away from that, Angela. First thing you know, Hawkins will find out I pushed him in the nose. I forbid it.
But, Riley,
Hello, Riley speaking.
Riley, this is Hawkins.
Oh, I'm sorry. Riley just moved. You got the wrong...
Don't hang up, Riley.
No,
I hear there's a little rumor going around that you punched me in the nose.
Oh.
You're a big hero. Them wise guys in the Nuts and Bolts Club are giving you a dinner tonight. I thought you might like to know there's going to be an unexpected guest there. Me.
Oh.
And I'm going to give you the licking of your life in front of everybody.
Oh.
Well, who was that, Riley?
Hey, that was Ralph Edwards.
Ralph Edwards?
Yeah. He wanted to know who the walking man is. Something tells me after tonight it ain't going to be me. Oh, what a mess. I'm always getting into trouble. The minute I get out of one hole, I find myself in another.
You're not the only one, believe me.
Who's that?
It is I, Digby Odell, the friendly undertaker.
Oh, hello, Digger.
Greetings, Riley. You're looking fine. Very natural.
Digger, I'm in a jam. You see, I was nominated to the Nuts and Bolts Club at my plant.
Ah, yes, for punching your foreman in the nose, wasn't it?
Well, how did you hear?
Oh, I'm always picking up dirt. Congratulations. I can't stand foremen. I remember some years ago I had a foreman, a short, fat little character. We called him Mr. 5x5. He was always ragging me. I thought it would never end. But fortunately it did.
Well, how, Digger?
Mr. 5x5 became 6x3.
Well, my trouble is I never really hit Hawkins. It's just a rumor.
Oh. Yeah. And everybody believes you were brave enough to punch the bully?
Yeah. Everybody but the bully.
Oh, this is serious. Riley, your fellow men must never know of your deceit. Let me see. There must be some way I can cover you up.
No, it's too late. They'll find out. Hawkins said he's coming to the dinner tonight and show me up. He weighs 280.
I've handled them bigger. But this is a dinner.
If I don't fight Hawkins, everybody will look down at me, the place where I work.
If you do fight Hawkins, everybody will look down at you at the place where I work.
I I don't know what to do, Digger.
There's only one thing you can do if you're a man. Go to this dinner. Face this huge bruiser. Stand your ground. And no matter what happens, I'll be right behind you.
Yeah, I guess I'll have to go, but not tonight. I'll ask him to make the dinner next month.
No, Riley, don't procrastinate.
Yeah, you're right, Digger. I might as well face the music tonight.
That's the spirit. In our profession, we have a saying. Never put off till tomorrow what you can put away today. Well, cheerio. I'd better be shoveling off.
Order. The monthly meeting of the Nuts and Bolts Club will now come to order. Yeah, fellow members, we are gathered here to welcome co-worker Jester A. Riley amongst our midst. And we all know what he done to deserve this honor. It's something we all been aching to do for years. Only he had the guts to do it, and also the knuckles. If there are any objections before I pronounce candidate Riley a full-fledged bolt in the Nuts and Bolts Club, let him speak now or forever hold his peace. No objections? Okay. I hereby...
Mr. Chairman.
The chair recognizes Bolt Jim Gillis.
Mr. Chairman. Fellow members, I got a few words to say. Riley, I'm your best friend, ain't I?
That's right, for 20 years.
I'm like a brother to you?
That's right, we're sisters under the skin.
I'd do anything for you, right?
Right.
But I'm against letting you into this club. No! Order! Let's look at the facts without prejudice. All of a sudden, we hear Riley punches Hawkins in the nose. Well, I just want to ask one question. Where? When? How? Who saw him? Who was there? And Hawkins. Is the shape of Hawkins' nose any different? No. It's just as crooked as it always was. I say, let's not be hasty. I'm Riley's dearest pal. But I say, before we let him into this club, let's investigate it.
Order. Candidate Riley, you have heard Gillis. I'm afraid we'll have to have a few more details as to just how you punched Hawkins in the nose. Tell us what happened.
Well, fellas, it was this way. I'm reminded of a little story. There was once a Scotchman called McTavish.
Stick to Hawkins.
Well, you see, Hawkins came over and called me a stupid...
And then you hit him?
There was once this Scotchman called McTavish.
What about Hawkins?
Yeah, well, he came over, see, and he said I was a moron, so I hauled off like this, and...
And then you hit him.
So this Scotchman called McTavish. One day he was pressing his...
Come on, get to the point.
Well,
pardon me, gents.
Yeah, what is it, waiter?
Is there Mr. Riley here?
Yeah, that's me.
There's Mr. Hawkins outside wants to see you. What'll I tell him?
Tavish.
Wait a minute. What's going on here? Hawkins is here to see Riley? Yesterday he got punched in the nose. Today looks like they're pals. I don't like that.
Wait, fellas. Oh, wait a minute, fellas. I ain't no pal of Hawkins.
Wait, Riley. No matter what you say, the members is going to be septic. But there is one sure way that we can settle this. You say you punched Hawkins on the nose? Well, go out there and do it again.
Punch him? In cold blood?
Yeah, sure. Let him have it.
Well, fellas, wait. Stop pushing me.
Now, wait, guys. Better let Riley go in there alone. See, if we all go, Hawkins will think we're ganging up on him and run away.
Yeah, that's right. Well, go on, Riley.
Go ahead, Riley. We'll come in when we hear Hawkins begging for mercy.
Yeah. Well, here I go. Goodbye, boys. I mean...
So here you are, Riley.
Hello, Mr. Hawkins, sir.
Celebrating how you punched me in the nose, huh?
Mr. Hawkins, please, why are you rolling up your sleeves?
Riley, you ever play with a jigsaw puzzle?
Yeah, you want to play?
No, I'm just asking, because when I get through with you, you're going to be in so many pieces, you'll have to be an expert to put yourself together again.
Stand still, you coward.
Daggone it. You can't call me a coward. It's bad enough my junior did it. Put up your dukes, Hawkins. I'm coming at you, you bully.
Get up off the floor, Riley. You bent the radiator with your head.
Oh. Why did you duck, you snake? Oh, my head.
Feeling better, Riley? I'll wait here while you get your strength back. I don't want to murder you until you're nice and healthy.
Okay, Hawkins, I'll fight you. But promise me you'll tell my wife I wasn't afraid.
It'll be a pleasure.
And tell Digger Odell I died like a... Never mind, I'll tell him myself. And tell my boy Junior his father wasn't a coward. Such a nice little boy. Ask your daughter, Angela.
Never mind my daughter, Angela. Hey, wait a minute. Did you say Junior?
Yeah, my boy.
The kid who's taking my little Angela to the dance tomorrow?
Yeah, he loves to dance. I encourage him.
That's your boy?
Yeah, he's mine. All paid for. I got the doctor's receipt to prove it.
Hey, that's right. I saw him with you that day at the plant. Oh, he's such a nice boy. My sweet little Angela's crazy about him. You know, it looked like the poor little angel wasn't going to this dance. And then your boy asked her. Oh, she's so happy. I took her to the beauty parlor and gave her a permanent wave. And I had her little toenails painted.
You mean the ones on her feet?
Yeah. Oxblood red. And say, you know, she looks like a little princess. Oh, she's so... Riley, what are you doing on the floor? Get up, you'll catch cold.
Well, ain't you going to hit me?
Hit you? Junior's father? I should say not. My little Angela would never forgive me. Come on, get up.
Oh, well, thanks, Mr. Hawkins.
Call me Gus.
Okay, Gus. Gee, I'm glad we ain't fighting anymore.
Why should we fight? After all, you're Junior and my Angela. Well, who knows? Maybe someday. Plenty of time to fight over who's going to pay for the wedding.
You know, Gus, I'm sorry the rumor got around that I punched you. I'll tell the boys I really didn't.
No. Let them think what they want. Don't do me no harm. But you know, I'm kind of curious. How did that rumor start?
Oh, well, it's a long story. You see, I skinned my knuckles, you see, and they were bleeding. You see the scars?
Where?
Yeah,
you poor knuckles.
Yeah.
How did it happen, pal?
Well, you see, we got a piano in my house, and I was standing here, and the piano was there, just about where you're standing. And I was mad at something, and I hauled off and hit the piano like this.
My nose! You broke my nose! Oh, look, it's bleeding.
Oh, I didn't mean it, Gus. I'm sorry. Please forgive me, Gus.
Hey, Riley,
Oh, my nose!
Hey.
Holy smoke! Hey, fellas, look! Riley's done it again!
Hey,
fellas, wait!
That's right. Riley, we're not only going to make you a full-fledged member, but we're going to give you the highest honor possible.
And I second the emotion.
Fellas, Gillis, you mean you're...
Yeah.
Oh, I gotta phone Peg and tell her. Oh, boy, wait till she's here. Gee, fellas, I'll try to live up to this honor, really. Hello, Peg? Yeah, this is Riley. No, nothing's wrong. Yeah, I'm at the dinner. Yeah, they elected me all right, but they didn't make me a pope. I'm proud to say your husband is a nut.
The Rileys will be back in just a moment. Everywhere people welcome new Prell, Procter & Gamble's Radiant Cream Shampoo in the handy tube. This is Anna A. Flood of Detroit, Michigan, right?
I love Prell myself, and believe me, Prell's a real joy to a busy mother. Now the children help with their own shampoos, and we're through in jig time. And Prell leaves their hair really clean and radiant.
Friends, try Prell yourself. See if you don't agree. Prell removes unsightly dandruff quickly. Leaves hair radiantly clean, radiantly beautiful. Try
P-R-E-L-L Prell Shampoo. Leaves hair radiant, gleaming bright. Not a bit of dandruff is in sight. Comes in a tube, handy too. P-R-E-L-L Prell Shampoo.
Hiya, Pop.
Well, Junior, what are you doing home? You were supposed to take Angela to the dance tonight.
Yeah, I know, but I broke the date.
You what?
That Angela bores me. I broke the date.
Oh, Junior, why did you do it? That ain't the only thing that's going to be broken. How could you... Hello? Oh. Yeah, Mr. Hawkins. Yeah, I was expecting to hear from you. Yeah, I know what happened. Yeah, okay, Mr. Hawkins, here's my nose. Come and get it.
I invite you to join us again next week to hear The Life of Riley with William Bendix as Riley. The script is by Alan Lipscott, Reuben Ship, and Dick Powell. Mrs. Riley is Paula Winslow. Digger Odell is John Brown. The Life of Riley is produced by Irving Brecker.
In the factory. On the farm. In the home.
Hey, Mom, where's the lava soap?
Yes, everywhere. Everybody depends on Lava, Lava Soap, to get dirty hands really clean, because Lava gets the stubborn dirt and grime ordinary wash-ups miss. In every inch of Lava's snowy lather, 50,000 tiny scrubbers remove deep dirt from skin crevices between fingers around fingernails. Yes, with Lava, hands soiled by the dirtiest dirt, the grimiest grime comes sparkling clean in 30 to 50 seconds. As Mr. Fred Duro of Niagara Falls says,
I work in the lathe room at the Carborundum Company. You never saw hands get as dirty as mine, but a quick wash-up with Lava is all I need. Leaves my hands real clean and feeling good, too.
And remember, Lava is gentle enough even for children's tender skin. So get the soap that gets the dirt. Get Lava Soap.
This is Ken Niles reminding you that for radiantly clean, lovely hair, get the shampoo in the tube. Prell, Prell Shampoo. Listen again next week when Prell brings you The Life of Riley. And now stay tuned for Truth or Consequences. Good night.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Ring is, Abner. I believe that's our ring.
I don't as long. I believe you're right.
I'll see. Hello, Jot 'em Down store. This is Lum and Abner.
And now, let's see what's going on down in Pine Ridge. Well, things look dark indeed for the old fellows. Lum caught Abner and Cedric in the feed room the other night printing money on Diogenes Smith's printing press. He convinced them that they were not turning out $10 bills by virtue of some magic power, but were actually making counterfeit money. After he sent Abner home to destroy the money he'd hidden there, the stranger, Mr. Adams, appeared on the scene and arrested Lum as the head of a big counterfeiting ring. As we look in on the little community today, we find Lum, who is out on bail, and Abner in the Jot 'em Down store discussing their sad predicament. Listen.
Oh, me. Why did I ever do it? Why? I'll be a disgrace to Elizabeth, the little pearl that you showed her.
Oh, for goodness sakes, Abner, stop moaning.
Oh, me.
You ain't got no troubles compared to me. Here I am, the leader of a big counterfeiting ring. At least that's what I'm accused of. You ain't even been arrested.
No, but I will be, Lum. Just as quick as that mail order house gets that letter me and Cedric sent him, I'm a goner.
Yeah, that's right. It'll get you sure as the world.
Oh, yeah. Why did I ever send that in? Why?
Well, you ought to know better, Abner. Anybody with a speck of common sense would have known that was counterfeit money you and Cedric was making on Diogenes' printing press.
Well, it looked awful real to me, Lum. It had me fooled.
Well, you're old enough, feller, to know that it ain't possible to make money that easy. To get something for nothing.
No.
At least there ain't no honest way to do it. And even when you do it unhonest, you still got to pay for what you're getting in.
Now, Lum, don't give me no lectures now. I've told myself all that 100 times, and it just makes me feel terrible.
Well, it ought to.
You don't reckon there's some way we could get that letter back, do you?
Oh, of course not. It's too late now.
Yeah, well, maybe if we got an awful fast airplane and flied to the mail order house, why, an airplane could beat the train, and that's what the letter was sent on, a train.
Listen, Abner, it's too late. They've already got your letter.
Doggies, if I could just get to that mail order house, I could find that letter around there somewhere and tear it up. I know I could. I'd recognize that letter anywhere. It was a great big fat one because we had so much money in it.
Yeah, you just might as well make up your mind to this. You've did something wrong, so now you got to take the consequences.
Oh, me. What can I tell Elizabeth and little Pearl?
And the worst part about it is that after you get arrested, you won't be able to help me none.
Help you?
I know. Nobody will believe any of your testifying at my hearing because they'll know you're a criminal, too.
Yeah. Well, have they told you when your hearing's going to be yet?
Yeah, Mr. Adams called me over to the place this morning. He said it was set for day after tomorrow.
Oh, my.
That don't give me much time to get no case worked up, neither. Squires went into the county seat to talk to a lawyer friend of his. He's going to try to get him to take my case for me.
Well, now, if he's a friend of Squire's, Lum, I wouldn't put too much confidence in him.
Well, he's a good lawyer. At least Squire says he is.
Well, in the first place, I don't see why you need a lawyer no way, Lum. You ain't actually did nothing that's wrong. It was me and Cedric that was using the counterfeit money.
I know that, but they think I'm the head of the whole outfit. Mr. Adams come in there and seen me working the printing press and just allowed I was making all the money myself.
Yeah.
Public enemy. An arch criminal.
Yeah, well, you ain't the head of it, old Lum. Diogenes Smith is. Why don't you tell him that?
I've told Mr. Adams about Diogenes till I'm black and blue in the face. But he won't believe a word of it.
Well?
Just keeps acting like he thinks I'm touched.
Touched?
Yeah, he says Diogenes had been dead for a couple of 1,000 years.
Ah.
You see, he thinks I'm talking about the old Diogenes that lived a long time ago.
Oh.
He won't believe there's a new Diogenes that carries a lantern and looks for an honest man like the old one done.
Well, Diogenes ought to be coming back pretty soon, then Mr. Adams can just see for himself.
Diogenes ain't coming back.
Huh?
Can't you understand that, Abner? He never went to get more supplies for his printing press. He just had to leave town because he knowed the police was getting suspicious.
How do you know that?
Well, he didn't actually know it. He just thought they was. You recollect he left town right after I told him that I'd been talking to a detective over at Hot Springs when I taken them pamphlets over there for him.
Yeah, I know that.
Well, he figured the detective was getting suspicious. And more than likely he headed for Pine Ridge to find out what was going on over here.
Oh.
And you recollect, too, how Diogenes told me to tell everybody that I was in full charge here?
Yeah.
Well, that's so I'd get the full blame instead of him.
Why, that snake in the weeds.
And then when Cedric sent in that first bunch of counterfeit money to the mail order house, the police started right out looking for him. That was why Mr. Adams come to Pine Ridge.
Yeah, I know why he come here.
Of course, they already had something else on Cedric, too.
Something else?
Yeah, the police had the license number of a car that they had suspicioned had delivered some counterfeit money over in Oklahoma someplace. And when they checked up, the license number belonged to Cedric.
To Cedric? All right, doggies, wait a minute, Lum. Then that time when Cedric's license plates was gone, why, it weren't no youngin's prank after all like we thought it was.
Of course not. Diogenes had more than likely stole them license plates himself just to throw the police off.
Why, that horse thief.
Taking them off of Cedric's car and put them on whosever car it was that come through here.
Yeah.
I wish now we'd have listened to Mousy that time he was trying to tell us that he seen that car late at night with Arkansas plates on it and one time and with Illinois plates on it the next time.
Yeah, we ought to listen. He tried to tell us, tried his best.
I reckon we ought to apologize to Mousy.
Yeah, ought to.
Where is Mousy today?
I don't know. He come in early this morning, left some kind of a paper here for you, and then went right out again. I didn't get a chance to talk to him much.
Left a paper for me?
Yeah.
What kind of a paper?
I don't know. I never paid no attention. Just said it was for you. Got something wrote on it, he said.
Well, for goodness sakes, give it to me. Maybe something important. Whereabouts is it at?
Well, right there on the counter, that there, folded up. Yeah, that's the one. Oh, me, what am I going to tell Elizabeth when I get arrested?
Imagine what Mousie'd be writing.
Oh,
maybe he discovered some new evidence on something.
Why did I ever send that blame order in? I never needed any of them tennis rackets or saxophones. I ordered bought defense bonds with the money. That's what I did.
That'd have been a fine howdy-do. Take counterfeit money and buy defense bonds with them.
Huh?
You would have been in trouble sure enough then.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
That ain't
right.
being very patriotic.
Yeah, let them send the saxophone. I'll take that. That's better. Yeah.
To whom it may concern, be it known that I, Llewellyn Snavely Gray... That's Mousie's real name.
Oh, yeah, I never recognized it.
Be it known that I, Llewellyn Snavely Gray, am hereby resigning my position as clerk and delivery boy of the Jot 'em Down store.
Resigning?
Yeah. I regret having to do this because you, Lum, have been just like a mother to me.
Well?
But now that you have been arrested and are a criminal in the eyes of the law, I am forced to quit. I do not feel that it is fair to my wife, Gussie, to have to say to the world that an associate of mine is in the penitentiary.
Well, I do know.
I think you are being wrongly accused, but I must stand by Gussie.
Gussie.
Signed, Llewellyn Snavely Gray. Aye, Granny's Abner, that's the last straw.
Yeah. Who are we going to get to make the delivers now?
Delivers? I ain't worried about them.
Well, we can't get Cedric, Lum, because his papa ain't bailed him out of jail yet. He says he wants to learn him a lesson.
Listen, Abner, there ain't going to be no delivers for nobody to make pretty soon. What I mean is that when all our friends start turning against us, that's the last straw.
Well, if...
Don't even want to be associated with us no more. Criminals in the eyes of the law, that's what we are.
Oh, my poor Elizabeth. Poor little Pearl, Poppy in the penitentiary. Oh, man.
Here we've been respected citizens of this community all these years, and now we've come to the end with blackened characters. Spots on our scutcheons.
Oh, yeah, we've got...
Whatever that is. I don't know what it is myself.
Well, where did you learn that word, Lum?
I don't know. I've heard that expression.
Well, I never did before. I'll recollect that. Spots on my escutcheons.
What did we ever do to deserve all this?
Well, find out about that.
Mousie quitting, friends turning against us, and Cedric in jail, me under arrest for a crime I never done.
Oh, my.
The shatter of the penitentiary bars staring me in the face.
And me going to get arrested any minute.
Yeah, the long arm of the law reaching out for my partner.
Long arm?
Yeah. That means there'll be nobody to help me.
Oh.
Nobody to carry on the store. Nobody to do nothing.
Why did I ever order that consarn stuff? What am I going to tell my woman? Poor little Pearl.
Howdy.
Howdy, Grandpa.
Yeah, howdy, Grandpa.
Wonderful world. Wonderful. I reckon that ain't the thing to say no more.
Well, go ahead and say it. Wonderful world. Everything's wonderful. Couldn't be better.
Well,
I'm proud to hear that. I never knowed whether you're still in jail or out on a bail by now, Lum. When they going to hold a hearing for you? Grandpapa, I'd just rather not discuss that.
Don't discuss nothing, Grandpap.
Well, I hope I ain't said nothing wrong. No, you never said nothing wrong. I just don't like to talk about it.
No.
Well, I just dropped in to leave your mail for you. Don't you fellers ever go to the post office and pick up your mail no more?
Well, we ain't had time today, Grandpa.
There ain't no mail we're interested in, no way.
No, don't want to hear from nobody.
Yeah, I thought Abner'd be interested in this letter from the mail order house.
Mail order house? Oh.
Yeah, I knowed you ordered a lot of stuff from them.
Doggone, there it is, Lum. There it is. They're arresting me by mail.
Wait a minute, though. Let me look at this again here. This ain't from the mail order house. It's addressed to them.
To them?
Yeah, it says, returned. Insufficient postage.
What?
What that music say?
Yes, sir, Amos. That music say, good health to all from Rexall.
The
Amos and Andy Show, transcribed, written by Joe Connolly and Bob Mosier, featuring Ernestine Wade, Johnny Lee, Amanda Randolph, Corny Anderson, Roy Glenn, Vince Townsend, Jeff Alexander's music, yours truly, Harlow Wilcox, and starring radio's all-time favorites, Freeman Gosden and Charles Correll. Amos and Andy!
How do you do, ladies and gentlemen? I'm Charles Correll. It seems as though right now all America is coming down with a cold or a bad case of the sniffles. That's why this evening I want to call your special attention to Rexall Anapac. The reason I do this is because my partner Freeman Gosden and I have tried Anapac personally. And honestly, ladies and gentlemen, we can't recommend it too strongly. So if you have a cold or you're just beginning to get the sniffles, take my advice and start taking Rexall Anapac immediately. It's spelled A-N-A-P-A-C, and you'll find it at every Rexall drugstore.
Well, the Kingfish has always had trouble with his mother-in-law. But for the past week, something has come over Mama. She's been unusually sweet, gay, and charming. Right now, the Kingfish and his wife Sapphire are in the living room discussing the great change in Mama.
Well, I can't get over it, Sapphire. Your Mama used to be such a sour old pickle. Now she's one of the sweetest old pickles I ever see.
Well, George, I'll let you in on a little secret. Mama's got a boyfriend.
Holy mackerel, thinking of romance at her age? That's like a dead elephant asking for peanuts.
Now, George, that ain't no way to talk. The man is a fine old gentleman. His name is Percival Taylor Jackson, and he's just crazy about Mama.
Crazy about her, huh? I figured there was insanity mixed up in the deal somewhere.
Now, see here, George. Shh. Here comes Mama now.
Oh, sweet mystery of life, and life have found you. Oh!
Hold it.
Oh, the Lord alone can...
Hold it. Mama, stop it. Take it easy there, Jessica.
Oh, I'm so happy.
So I noticed. You've been hitting that vanilla extract again, ain't you?
Now, George, you know Mama only uses that to make cakes with.
Yeah, well, since when has she been pouring the cakes with soda on the side? That's what
Listen, can't you see I'm full of love and happiness, you no-good bum?
Yes, George. Mama's got every right to be happy with a wonderful man like Mr. Jackson.
Oh, yes. Percy Worthy is such a darling.
Percy Worthy. Good night, Nursey. Oh, you really serious about this rancid Romeo, huh? I don't like this idea of you getting married, Mama. We don't have enough room up here for another person.
George, Mr. Jackson has a place of his own. After him and Mama gets married, they'll live there.
Oh, you're going to live at his place? Well, now. This puts a delightful new light on the romance here, yeah.
Well, what do you mean, George?
Well, it ain't so much that I was losing a mother-in-law as it is that I was gaining the custody of the spare bedroom. That's Yeah, then my mother-in-law is getting married. The old toad got herself a bullfrog.
Well, come to think about it, Kingfish, when she's dressed up, she ain't a bad-looking old lady.
Yes, and during the daytime, she don't look too bad, but after she get herself ready for bed, it's a different story, boy.
It is, huh?
Her teeth is in a glass of water, her pompadour is hanging on the bedpost, and her padded corset is in the bureau drawer. Tell you something, man. After 10 o'clock at night, them endearing young charms is pretty well scattered around, boy.
And you say this Jackson fella is taking your mom-in-law out to dinner tonight, huh?
Yes, Andy. Me and Sapphire hopes he pops the question. It's a chance of a lifetime to get rid of the old gal.
Yeah, but listen, she's been giving you $100 a month. Ain't she the suspenders that's been holding up your financial trousers?
Oh, yeah, Andy, but she can't cut the money off. You see, she gets $300 a month from her first husband's estate for life.
Uh-huh.
And she promised me years ago when I married Sapphire that she'd give me $100 every month.
Oh, sort of a dowry, huh?
Well, let's face it, Andy, it was a bribe. Now, that's what it was.
Oh, dear me. It's almost 7. Percy will be here at any minute to pick me up. How I look, children?
Mama, you just look gorgeous in that new dress.
I just bought it yesterday. Oh? It's one of them new DuPont materials, that's been treated with a chemical so it won't wrinkle.
Yeah, look good, all right. Too bad you couldn't get the DuPonts to dip you in the chemical for a few days.
Never mind the cracks, cabbage head.
Oh, Mama, I just know Mr. Jackson is going to love it. Now, see here, George Stevens, I want...
Oh, dear me. It's Percy. Oh, I'm so excited.
Easy there, Mama. I know romance ain't come into your life for a long while, but you're carrying on there like a bull moose after the first thaw.
Well, I'll go let him in. And, George, don't you make no obvious hints about marriage or nothing.
Oh, don't worry about me. I'll sneak it in the conversation real subtle like,
Why, good evening. I'm Percival Jackson. Is Mrs. Smith ready?
Oh, how do you do? I'm her daughter, Sapphire, and this is my husband, George.
Well, how do you do?
Oh, pleased to meet you. We was just discussing here what a wonderful gal Mama would be for some old man. She's a great cook, wonderful scrub woman, got all her own teeth. Yes, sir. She made the final payment on them last week.
George!
Here she is. Good evening, Ramona.
Good evening, Percy.
Beautiful creature, ain't she, Mr. Jackson? Strong as a horse, too.
Well, you all run along now. We don't want to keep you two kids.
Yes, Ramona. If we're going dancing, we better hurry.
Dancing, Percival! Oh, how exciting!
Well, we'll be waiting up for you when you gets back.
Yeah, we'll be sitting right here with a hot water bottle and some horse liniment, so don't hold back. Go ahead.
George, it's long after 12:30 and Mama ain't come home yet. I hope everything's all right.
No, don't worry, Sapphire. Probably some little thing held them up. Her trick knee might have buckled on in the conga line or something.
Oh, wait a minute. George, look out the window here. A taxi just pulled up.
Yeah, let me get over here. Let me peek through the shades
here.
Yeah,
look there.
It's them, all right. I can see your mother's ostrich feather bow in the back seat there.
George, the driver got out, but they ain't moved from the back seat yet. George, you don't suppose that Mama and Percy is...
Well, there's only one thing that would keep them in the back seat this long with the meter running. It's either smooching or lumbago.
Wait a minute, George. Let me crack the window.
Yeah, lift it up there. Uh-oh. That ain't lumbago.
Oh, George, they're getting out. I hope he's going to propose. Oh, now they're standing under the street light. Mama's looking up at him. Now he's looking down into her face under that bright light. Oh, I just hope Cupid shoots his arrow at him.
If Cupid's got any sense, he'll shoot out that light.
Oh, George, he just squeezed Mama's hand and got back in the cab. Now she's coming upstairs. Oh, George, just think in a minute we'll know the news. We done had so many false alarms in the past.
Yeah, I wish you'd hurry up them stairs. The suspense is awful. Is it going to be a 5-alarm fire? Did the old fire horse leave the stable for nothing again tonight?
Oh, George, here she comes. I'll open the door. Mama!
Oh, daughter.
Why, Mama, you're panting.
Yeah, is that romance or 4 flights of stairs? What is it?
Oh, children, I got wonderful news. Oh, Percy's done proposed, and the wedding is set for the 1st of the month.
Oh, George, just think we're losing Mama. Don't it make you feel sad?
I'll say it does. I feel just as bad as Clyde Beatty when they pulled that Bengal tiger off his back.
Good evening. This is your Rexall family druggist speaking to you for the 10,000 independent druggists who have made the word Rexall part of our own store names. We've done that because we recommend and sell the 2,000 or more drug products made by the Rexall Drug Company. Rexall Plenamins is a good example. Here's the multivitamin product that gives you 10 important vitamins, plus red vitamin B12, plus valuable liver concentrate and iron. What's more, Plenamins also give you more than your minimum daily requirement of all vitamins with established requirements. So don't say vitamins, say Plenamins. 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 At Rexall drug stores, everywhere.
Yeah, Amos, that's right. The Kingfisher's mom-in-law is getting married. He done sent out the announcements from the lodge hall this morning.
Yeah, well, I ain't been home yet, Andy. I guess there's one there for me. You say the Kingfish sent him out himself personal, huh?
Yeah, that's right. I got one here. I was just looking at it.
Yeah, what does it say there?
Yeah, I'll read it to you. Say here, George Kingfish Stevens announces with relief the coming marriage of his mother-in-law, Mrs. Ramona Smith, to Percival Taylor Jackson. All gifts should be addressed to the bride, care George Stevens. P.S. No refunds allowed if wedding canceled.
Well, I don't think the Kingfish should be that mercenary about the thing. After all, the main thing in a marriage is love, Andy.
Yeah. Well, I got to be going, Amos. I told the Kingfish I'd help him get his mother-in-law's trunk out of the attic for the honeymoon.
Yeah, well, so long, Andy. By the way, what is the Kingfish giving his mother-in-law for a wedding present?
Oh, boy, you got a great gift for her, Amos.
Oh, that's fine.
Yeah, he's giving her a fountain pen and a checkbook.
Oh, yeah.
You sure got a lot of junk up here in this attic, Kingfish.
Yes, Andy. My mother-in-law's trunk is around here someplace. We got to find it.
Yeah.
Boy, I'm a happy man, Andy. I get my mom-in-law off my hands, but according to the promise she made, when me and Sapphire got married, she still got to pay me that $100 a month from my first husband's estate.
Yeah, that's right. Hey, here's the trunk here.
Yeah, that's Mama's trunk, Andy. Yeah, haul the thing out there. Yeah, pull it out there. Get over there. That's it. Holy mackerel, Andy. It's so old, the lock is falling right off of it. Open it up there.
Okay. Hey, there's a lot of junk in here. Clothes, letters, pictures.
A lot of letters here. Yeah. Here's one addressed to Mama. Let me see. Dear Ramona, I received your picture in the mail, and I was impressed beyond words. I must say you are one of the most unique creatures I've ever seen. I hope you can join me soon.
Oh, yeah. That a love letter from her first husband, huh?
Let me see here. How you like that, Andy? It's signed P.T. Bonham. They never did come to terms, though. They dickered for a while, and then he come up with Jojo the dog-faced boy and forgot all about Mama.
Hey, what is this paper here, Kingfish? It looked like some kind of legal document.
Oh, yeah. That's her late husband's last will and testimony.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, like I was telling you, Andy, he done left Mama an income of $300 a month for life.
Mm-hmm.
Now, let me see here. Yeah, here's the paragraph right here, boy. Say here, and to my beloved wife, Ramona, I leaves the sum of $300 a month for life. However, this bequest will terminate in the event of her remarriage. You see, Andy, yeah. Yeah, that word terminate in there. Is you familiar with that word?
Well, let's see. I know the word exterminate. That's killing bugs. And marinate is what they does to fish. If you was a cockroach or a heron, I'd know what to tell you.
And there ain't no two ways about it. If Mama gets married, that $300 a month income is cut off. And I is the one that's done pushed this wedding on.
Yeah. What you gonna do?
What is I gonna do? I gonna find some way to bust up the romance.
Oh, yeah, this is something.
Yeah, and the preacher is gonna perform a double ceremony. He gonna marry her to Percival and divorce me from the money. He can't.
Now, here is your Rexall family druggist.
Acid indigestion usually comes on without any warning whatsoever, and that's why so many family medicine chests always contain Rexall's famous antacid, Bismarex.
Why, what makes Bismarex so exceptional?
The formula, ma'am, a Rexall exclusive. You see, the carefully tested ingredients in Bismarex are especially compounded to work in a continuous relay. First, excess stomach acidity is often neutralized in less than 1 minute. Then other ingredients, dissolving more slowly, ease gastric distress, soothe and protect irritated stomach membranes. That way, Bismarex gives relief that's both fast and prolonged.
Bismarex. How do you spell that?
Bisma-Rex. Bismarex. And remember, Bismarex is now available in 2 forms. The ever-popular powder and also a new, easy-to-take, mint-flavored tablets. So ask for either Bismarex powder or Bismarex tablets at Rexall drug stores everywhere.
Oh, me and if Mama-in-law marries Mr. Jackson, her income stops, and I is out $100 a month. And I is facing a fate worse than death.
Yeah, you might even have to go to work.
Let's get in here and see Algonquin J. Calhoun. Maybe he can figure out something on this thing. Okay. Calhoun, we got to see you, boy.
I'll be with you in a minute, boy. It's my birthday, and I'm reading some cards people done sent me here.
Oh.
I got one right here. It's a beautiful thing. A beautiful thing.
It is, huh?
Yeah, it's from Tom Wilson, that undertaker and funeral director down the block there. It say here, this birthday thought I'm sending you with friendship, love, good wishes, too. Although you only 49, someday I know you will be mine.
Yeah, Calhoun, that's a pretty thought, all right. But listen here, the Kingfish here is in a mess.
What is this mess you messed up in now, Kingfish?
Well, now, I'm going to tell you something. I done had my mom-in-law all set to get married. Yeah. But I just found out if she get married, her $300 income stops. And me and Sapphire ain't going to get $100 a month she been giving us.
Well, then the thing to do is to perform a premarital fracture.
Now, what's that?
Bust up the wedding.
Yeah, that's what I planned on doing, but how I going to do it? I ain't got much time. Explain something to me here.
Well, now, suppose your mama's fiancé thought she was still married to somebody else.
Yeah, there's an idea. A thing like that might throw a damper on the romance.
Yeah, get somebody to pose as mama's husband. Yeah, but it would be have to be just the right person, though. I wonder who I could get to do the job.
Well, I could dig up somebody for you.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, well, it ought to be one of the large brothers that could do the job all right. With all of us working on it, we sure to come up with some good man. Now, the thing for us to do here now is to sit down and figure out the instruction for the fella and tell him exactly what he's to say when he come in there.
Yeah, all right, but after that, I got to get home because I'm tired from celebrating my birthday last night.
Oh, you had a big time last night,
Oh, yeah. I went out with my brother, the one that's a musician.
Oh, you mean Murgatroyd the hipster?
Yeah, that's the cat. Yeah, me and Murgatroyd went over to that nightclub down by the railroad track. We was sitting there enjoying the show, the flow show, when all of a sudden a train going by jumped the track, and that engine come right through the wall of that nightclub and blowed up on the dance floor. The explosion blowed me and Murgatroyd clear in the other side of the street.
Holy mackerel, that was something.
Oh, yeah. I looked up at Murgatroyd and I said, boy, that is some nightclub, ain't it? And he said, yeah, man, but dig that crazy bouncer.
Yes, I knew when I called you, Bill, that you would be glad to help me.
Glad to do it, Kingfish. I'll be at the Lodge Hall at 1 sharp.
Oh, fine. Now, here's the instructions. You is my mama-in-law's husband. Now, I want you to come busting into Lodge Hall and say that you was... Yeah, Brother Simpson, you think you can do the job for the old Kingfish?
You bet I can, Andy. I'll be at the Lodge Hall at 1 o'clock.
Good, good. Now, here's the instructions. You bust into the Lodge Hall and claims that you is Ramona Smith's husband and that you and her...
No. Just tell him Calhoun called. No matter if he ain't there. Oh, me? That's the third person I done called up that wasn't at home. And I just know Kingfish ain't got no one else. Well, I guess I just got to do it myself. Now, let's see here. The instructions was, I gonna bust into Lodge Hall at 1 o'clock and say that...
Listen, Kingfish, I don't care if it is 5 minutes after 1. I can't pose as your mom-in-law's missing husband.
Well, you got to do it, Andy. Bill Thompson let me down. He ain't here.
Yeah, I can't understand that. Brother Simpson promised me he'd be here, too.
Yeah, Andy, and we never did hear from Calhoun. You got to do it, Andy. This Mr. Jackson ain't never seen you anyway, and, wait a minute, there's Mr. Jackson now, Andy. Now, look, you is my mother-in-law's husband who has just reappeared after all these years.
Oh, but King...
Now, let me do most of the talking. Come in.
You wanted to see me about something, George.
Oh, yes, and now that you two is here, I'd like to present a man who has just come back from the grave.
Yeah, pleased to meet you, mister. How long was you dead?
No, Andy, you is the unrigor mortis gentleman I was referring to.
What is this all about?
Mr. Jackson, this total stranger, who I ain't seen till a few minutes ago, has come in here to talk to you about my mama-in-law, your fiancée-to-be.
Oh, is he a friend of Ramona's?
Well, he was married to her and had 6 children by her. I would hazard a guess that somewhere along the line they struck up an acquaintanceship.
Yes, sir. I tell you, we was on a first-name basis.
This man is Ramona's husband? Why, I just can't believe it. I never heard of anything like this.
Well, it was a shock to us, too, Miss Jackson. It seemed that she married him 15 years ago in Milwaukee, and they had 6 children.
Well, what happened after that?
Yeah, what happened after that, King?
Like you was telling me, total stranger, one night 10 years ago, she said she was going down to the corner for a loaf of bread. She left the house and never come back to her husband and children.
Why, that's a terrible thing. And what did you do?
Well, after waiting 5 years, I figured she wasn't coming back, so I sent one of the kids out for another loaf of bread.
You will have to excuse the missing husband here. When he reappeared from out of nowhere, it sounded like he forgot to bring back part of his brains with him, too.
Well, this is a terrible thing. On the eve of my wedding, another husband showing up. I just can't...
How do you do? Is there anyone here named Percival Jackson?
Why, yes, I'm Mr. Jackson. Who are you?
I'm Bill Thompson, the missing husband of your wife-to-be.
George, here's another one. I've never been so shocked.
Yeah, me too, and from the way things is going here, I think we're going to be a pretty shocking afternoon right here.
You say you were once married to Ramona Smith?
Precisely. I married her in Milwaukee 15 years ago, and we had 6 children.
Good heavens, George. He has 2 husbands. But how could they both have 6 children?
Them was the instructions.
No 2 ways about it, Mr. Jackson. Looks like my mama-in-law is a bigamist, all right.
How do you do? I'm looking for a Percival Taylor Jackson.
Holy mackerel, she's the triggerman.
Hey, just a minute here. Who are you?
Who am I? I am the husband of Ramona Smith. I married her in Milwaukee 15 years ago, and we had 6 children.
George, she married him in Milwaukee, too.
Yeah, how you like that? She must have run into a traveling basketball team.
Oh, this is terrible. I never expected anything like this.
Neither did we.
Yeah. Well, a shocking thing, ain't it?
How do you do? I is Al Duncan J. Calhoun. I done married Ramona Smith 15 years ago in Milwaukee and had 8 children by her.
8 children?
He must have thrown away the instructions.
Oh, George, what a shock. George, would you help me down to the street and call me a cab? I'm going home and lie down. 4 husbands.
Why don't you stick around, Mr. Jackson? The one that jumped center on the team ain't showed up yet, that's it.
That's the whole story, George. Mr. Jackson broke off the wedding this afternoon and left for California. He said he don't want to never see Mama again, and George, I'm just all broke up about it.
Well, now, honey, it's all for the best. Now, I'm going to tell you a little something, honey. I happened to run across a clause in your father's will that say if your mama ever remarried, her $300 a month income would be cut off.
I know that, George. That's why I'm so upset. Didn't you read the next clause?
The next clause?
Yes. It said that in case Mama remarried, the $300 a month would be paid to you and me for the rest of our lives.
Lose up to £5 a week. That's the promise of Ann Delafield, author of the Ann Delafield Reducing Plan. And here's more she promises you. It's easy, it's fun. You don't starve, you don't count calories, you don't take strenuous exercise. If you want to lose a lot or a little, ask about the Ann Delafield Reducing Plan. Sold only at Rexall drugstores, the store with the orange and blue sign. Yes, and don't forget, ladies and gentlemen, to visit your Rexall family drugstore. Thank you and good night.
See you next Sunday.
Women pine for men who go stag.
Go stag? You mean...
Exactly. Stag brushless shave cream. No fuss, no rub-in. Just smooth it on for quick, close, no-scrape shaving. Leaves your face feeling smooth and refreshed all day long. That's Stag brushless shave cream.
Hey, from now on, I go stag.
Yes, women pine for men who go stag.
Be sure to be with us next week at the same time when your Rexall druggist will again present the Amos and Andy Show, transcribed and directed by Cliff Howell. Stay tuned for the Edgar Berg and Charlie McCarthy program, which follows immediately over most of these same stations. This is the CBS Radio Network.
Another cup of Maxwell House coffee, George?
Sure. Pour me a cup, Gracie.
You know Maxwell House is always good to the last drop.
And that drop's good, too.
Yes, it's Maxwell House Coffee Time, starring George Burns and Gracie Allen. With yours truly, Toby Reed, Bea Benaderet, Dora Singleton, Dawn Bender, Tommy Bernard, Harry Lubin, the Maxwell House Orchestra, and Bill Goodwin.
For America's Thursday night comedy enjoyment, it's George and Gracie. And for America's everyday coffee-drinking enjoyment, it's Maxwell House. Always good to the last drop.
Well, today is quite a special occasion in the Burns home. It's George and Gracie's 15th wedding anniversary. And just to make sure that George doesn't forget it, Gracie begins dropping hints the minute he comes down to breakfast.
Good morning, Gracie.
Good morning, dear. Oh, how we danced on the night we were wed.
You seem happy this morning.
Well, I'm always happy on special occasions like birthdays and holidays.
Hey, that's right. Today is a special occasion.
Oh, you remember?
Of course. Happy Armistice Day.
Is this Armistice Day?
Yeah, this is the day the Kaiser surrendered Germany.
Oh, George.
Yeah?
This is the day my mother surrendered something, too.
She let the cops take your old man, huh?
That wasn't what I meant. Oh, how we danced on the night we were wed. Da, 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 da. If that song reminds you of anything, stop the music.
Okay.
Oh, how we danced on the night we were wed.
Stop the music.
Yes?
It reminds me of Al Jolson.
George, let's play a little game. I want to see if you can guess a certain number.
Okay.
Now, it's fun, George. I used to play with my brother Willie. Now, add the number of Willie's fingers to the number of toes he has in one foot, and what do you get?
16.
Oh, that's silly. He's got 10 fingers, and you do get 16, too. Well, subtract his head, and what do you get?
14.
Let's go back to stop the music.
Look, Gracie, it's a little early in the morning for music and games. Besides, I have to hurry to the bank. Now, how about some breakfast?
Yes, dear. I have it already.
Good. I could eat a horse.
Oh, I wish you'd spoken sooner. I fried bacon.
I'll settle for bacon.
Here it is. Notice the way I have it arranged on your plate?
Yes, it's twisted around to form the number 15.
Mm-hmm. Does that mean anything to you?
Yeah, you fried it too limp. After this, fry it crisp and make it an 11.
Mm-hmm.
See?
Yes.
Or 111. 3 pieces.
2-1.
Yes.
Speaking of food, George, remember that cook we had named Annie O'Toole? The one who was always making up verses?
Yeah.
Her name should have been Anniversary.
Anniversary?
No.
This is too much. I'll see you later.
George, do you mean to say you knew all along it was your wedding anniversary?
Oh, sure, Toby.
And you deliberately ignored Gracie's hints?
I had to. I want to surprise her. That's why I'm here at the bank. I'm going to draw out $100 and spend it all on Gracie.
You better draw out $100 and 10 cents.
What's the 10 cents for?
Smelling salts to revive her.
I say you're studying to be another Bill Goodwin.
George, what are you going to buy for Gracie?
Oh, something real fancy, Toby, like one of those black lace, whatchamacallits. And then, as an extra treat, I'll take her to Ciro's and...
Excuse me, George, you're next at the teller's window.
Oh, yes. I'd like to draw $100 out of my savings account, please.
Yes, sir.
Do you want to see some identification?
Oh, that won't be necessary. I know you're George Burns.
Oh, well, I'm drawing out $100 to spend on my wife.
You are?
Yes.
I'd better see some identification.
I admit that this is pretty unusual, but today is our 15th wedding anniversary, and so I'm going to splurge and get us some fancy, understuff.
Oh, lingerie.
Yes, some of those real expensive step-ins. Teddy bears. Or a chemise.
Oh, Mr. Burns, women haven't worn those for years. They went out with the Charleston.
The Charleston is out? Gee, what'll I do at Ciro's tonight?
Well, you'd better take some woman with you when you buy your wife's present.
I guess that would be a good idea. You seem to know what's right. I don't suppose...
Oh, I'd be glad to help you, Mr. Burns. I'm off for lunch in 10 minutes.
Oh, swell. And I wonder if you'd be kind enough to keep the package until this evening. In that way, I can really surprise her.
Why, certainly. Where shall we meet?
In Vanderlip's department store at the lingerie counter. And please, don't feel embarrassed about this. After all, I probably look like your father.
Why, Mr. Burns, don't let me hear you say that.
No?
No, and don't let my father hear you say it either.
3 in 10 minutes.
Come in. Oh, hello, Mrs. Vanderlip.
Hello, Mrs. Burns. I'm afraid I have some bad news.
Really? What is it?
My husband just telephoned me. He's the proprietor of Vanderlip's department store.
Well, that's not such bad news.
No, I haven't come to it yet. It's my husband's habit to wander through the various departments observing the customers. Well, prepare yourself for a shock.
All right.
About 10 minutes ago, he happened to be walking about in ladies' lingerie.
Oh, that is shocking.
Oh, no, please let me finish. He observed your husband in ladies' lingerie.
George, too? Why, that silly man, he'll freeze.
Your husband was not wearing the lingerie. He was holding it up, looking at it.
Oh, my goodness. He will freeze.
Mrs. Burns, please let me get to the point. Your husband was fully clothed. He purchased the lingerie for a very young, very attractive, very seductive young lady.
Oh, I hope he knows my size.
Not you, my dear. The young lady who was with him.
You mean George was buying lingerie for another woman?
Precisely.
Oh, that beast. And on our anniversary, too.
Oh, this is your anniversary? Which one?
Our 15th.
Well, no wonder your husband is commencing to stray. He has reached the dangerous age.
The dangerous age? What's that?
Well, after a man has been married 15 years, he begins to hunger for things not found at home. The grass begins to look greener in other fields.
But George never eats grass.
You still don't understand. There is another woman in your husband's life. She forms the well-known triangle.
And with a shape like that, he likes her?
Mrs. Burns.
Oh, I can't believe George would do a thing like that. Oh, excuse me, Mrs. Vanderlip. Hello? Yes. Who? Tell Mr. Burns what? Okay, I'll tell him. Well, you were right. George has a date tonight with that three-cornered woman.
He has?
Yes. That was the head waiter at Ciro's. He said tell Mr. Burns his table for two had been reserved and his champagne would be ready.
And he never does that for you?
Oh, I'll say he doesn't. For her, champagne at Ciro's. For me, root beer at Rexall's. One glass with 2 straws. And he pinches mine shut. Oh, how can George do this to me? I've been a good wife. The meals are cooked, the clothes are washed, the floors are scrubbed, and I always compliment him when he gets through.
Yes. Well, Oh, here's your philandering husband now.
Really?
Yes. The old rake is on the front porch.
Well, I hope he trips over it.
I'll slip out the back way. Good luck.
Hello, Gracie. What's new?
That lingerie you bought at Vanderlip's department store.
You know about it?
Yes, and that table for two at Ciro's tonight.
Oh, darn it. I didn't want you to find out.
Oh, George, why are you doing it?
Well, it's time to have a little fling. I haven't done anything like this for 15 years.
What do you plan to do after you leave Ciro's tonight?
Oh, thought we'd drive through the park and neck.
Oh, George, you couldn't.
You'd be surprised.
Well, what will you do after that?
Oh, we'll come back here and snuggle under the van in front of the fire. You can rub my back.
Won't it be a little crowded?
Oh, it's a big divan.
Oh, tell me, George, will this be the last fling?
No, I thought we'd do it again Christmas.
Oh, I can't listen to any more. Goodbye, George.
Kid. She's so happy she's crying.
He brazenly admitted the whole thing, Mrs. Vanderlip.
Oh, you poor dear child. What will you do?
Well, I'll make George feel sorry for me so he'll give up the other woman and come back to me.
That might work.
Oh, sure. I'll take a gun and blow my brains out. Then we'll make up.
But, Mrs. Burns, you can't live without... Yes, I guess you can. However, I advise against such drastic measures.
Oh, but I've got to do something. Mrs. Vanderlip, what did you do when your husband reached the dangerous age?
Well, I didn't have this problem. You see, by the time we reached our 15th anniversary, we had a 12-year-old child. A child usually keeps the husband from straying.
You mean if we had a 12-year-old child, George would stay home?
Very likely.
Oh, but then we'll have one. I'll say to George that 12 years ago we had a child, and I forgot to tell him. Then I'll hire a child actor to play the part.
Mrs. Burns, your plan is implausible, impractical, completely devoid of credibility, and can lead only to catastrophe.
Well, sure, it'll work like a charm. See you later.
Nobody's doing it now. But back about 25 years ago, the dance floors were crowded with folks doing the Charleston. And everywhere you went, people were humming and singing, Yes, We Have No Bananas or Barney Google. Another great American song hit came out about this same time. Irving Berlin wrote it. And popular as it is, I wonder if you can name this grand song when we play just the mellow harmony. Here's a further hint. Listen while we add this rich counter melody. We come closer to the full beauty of the song by blending in this vigorous rhythm. You know it yet? Well, you'll spot it instantly when we blend in the final musical part, the fine, full-bodied melody. Why, certainly, Irving Berlin's delightful hit, A Pretty Girl is Like a Melody. You can see, friends, how the American songs we all love and enjoy skillfully combine not one, but many fine musical parts. Well, it takes the same skill in blending to bring you the favorite brand of coffee in all America, Maxwell House Coffee. No other coffee brings you that mellow, satisfying, good-to-the-last drop flavor. No coffee but Maxwell House. To create it, our Maxwell House experts must combine not one, but many superb varieties of Highland-grown Latin American coffees. With traditional skill, they select Manizales for mellowness. For richness, they add Medellins. For vigor, they add other choice coffees. And for fine full body, they add Bucaramangas. All blended into one great coffee, which comes to you with every bit of its wonderful flavor and goodness intact. Because Maxwell House is vacuum packed, truly roaster fresh. And because you folks on the West Coast really know and enjoy coffee at its best, Maxwell House is blended and roasted for you right here on the West Coast to satisfy your critical taste. So why settle for anything but the very best in coffee drinking pleasure? Tomorrow, enjoy the extra flavor of America's favorite brand of coffee, Maxwell House. Always good to the last drop.
How do you do? Are you Mrs. George Burns?
Mm-hmm. Oh, and you must be the children I ordered from Mrs. Dingle's School of the Drama.
That's right. I'm Arthur Bradley.
And I'm Marilyn March. Well, I hope you can handle the job I want you for. It'll take some very good acting.
We'll do our best, Mrs. Burns. We're both studying hard to be thespians.
Oh, well, now that's a smart idea. If you can't be actors, you've got another trade to fall back on. But actors are thespians. Oh, really? It's a small world, isn't it?
What's the job that we're supposed to do?
Oh, I want you to be my husband's children.
You want me to be his son?
And me his daughter? Yes. The other way around might not be convincing. You see, I hired both of you because I don't know whether my husband would prefer a son or a daughter. So one of you will hide in the closet and one in the den.
And whichever door he opens, that one steps out.
That's right. Step out and say, "Hello, Daddy." Say it clearly and distinctly.
Oh, don't worry. We have trained voices. Listen to this. How now, brown cow?
I think "Hello, Daddy" would make a better...
Well, this is a very unusual job, Mrs. Burns. Would you mind telling us why you want us to do it?
Oh, well, you're too young to understand. I'm trying to hold our home together because my husband has reached the dangerous age.
Oh, you mean he's at the stage of masculine development when the urge for emotional stimulus overbalances normal discretion.
Oh, I knew you were too young to understand. So, just be his children and don't ask questions.
Gee, will he believe that I'm his daughter? I probably don't look a bit like him.
Well, I don't look like him either, and he believes that I'm his wife.
Marilyn's right, Mrs. Burns. It won't be easy to fool your husband. Maybe we better not try.
Oh, you can do it. You see, he's not as smart as I am.
In that case, we'll try it.
Good.
Mrs. Burns, how long do you expect us to carry on this deception?
Oh, not long. As soon as George is convinced that he's your father, you can leave.
What if he won't let us go?
Well, he can't stop you. He's not your father.
You mean he just disappeared?
Well, sure. By the time he gets through looking for you, he'll be past the dangerous age.
Very well, Mrs. Burns.
Now, let's have a rehearsal. Now, what do you say when you see him, Arthur?
Hello, Daddy.
And you, Marilyn?
Hello, Daddy.
Oh, my, what wonderful actors. You've already learned your lines.
Oh, it's nothing that Gary Cooper couldn't have done.
Well, now you children make yourselves comfortable until we see my husband coming. I'll go make a pot of coffee. That always puts him in a good humor.
Oh, Mrs. Burns, just one question. When your husband asks us where we've been for 12 years, what'll we say?
I think that would be a good place for How Now, Brown Cow.
Mrs. Burns, here comes your husband up the wall.
Oh, all right. Quickly, into the den, Marilyn. Yeah, and you, Arthur, here in this closet.
Okay.
Oh, I hope being a father will keep George at home. Hello, darling. Where have you been?
The cigar stall.
Oh, I'm glad you got some cigars. They'll come in handy. Now, sit down and drink this nice hot cup of Maxwell House coffee while I tell you something.
Okay. What is it?
You're a father.
What?
You're a father. Well, don't just sit there. Offer me a cigar.
Gracie, are you trying to tell me that we have a baby?
Oh, of course not.
Oh.
We have a 12-year-old child.
A 12-year-old child?
Yes. Remember 12 years ago when you went on a vaudeville tour and I couldn't go because I had the flu?
Yeah.
Well, since I was in bed anyhow, I decided to have a baby.
Now, wait a minute. If we had a child 12 years ago, why didn't you tell me?
I just did.
Why didn't you tell me sooner?
Oh, I forgot about it. You know how little things can slip a woman's mind.
You call that a little thing?
It was when it was born.
Now, Gracie...
Yeah, there's someone at the front door.
I'll get it. I need a breath of fresh air.
Hi, George.
Hello, Bill.
Well, George, you're white as a sheet. And you're trembling and glassy-eyed. Gee, you look like a zombie. I hardly recognized you.
Really?
Yeah, it's a great improvement.
Bill, I've just been through a terrific emotional experience.
What's that?
Well, I was sitting down drinking a cup of Maxwell House coffee when suddenly Gracie told me we had a child. Can you imagine the sensation I felt?
Oh, well, sure. You know, it's always a sensation to drink Maxwell House coffee. It's so rich, so mellow, so good to the last drop. No wonder you enjoyed it.
Bill, what about my child?
Oh, well, someday he'll drink Maxwell House, too. Because the fine quality of Maxwell House will never change. It'll always be America's #1 preferred brand of coffee.
Bill, I don't think you even heard what I said when you came in.
Well, yes, I did, George. I remember every word. You said that you were sitting down, drinking a cup of Maxwell House coffee, when... What came after that?
Gracie told me we had a child. Can you imagine the sensation I felt?
Oh, sure. It's always a sensation to drink Maxwell House coffee.
I'll go back to that again.
It's a superb blend of choice Latin American coffees, radiant, roasted to flavor perfection.
All right, forget the child. It can't be true anyway. Gracie said she had a baby 12 years ago and didn't tell me about it.
Well, that's possible.
Bill, to do a thing like that, a woman would have to be as crazy as... Yeah, I see what you mean.
Sure. I just think, George, you'll be able to see that little child take its first step. Speak its first words.
At 12?
Like father, like son. By the way, is it a son or a daughter?
Gracie didn't say.
Well, come on, let's ask her.
Oh, Bill, the whole thing is fantastic. Even Gracie couldn't
Hi,
do it.
Gracie.
Oh, hello, Bill.
George tells me he's the father of a 12-year-old child. Is it a boy or girl?
Which would you like, George?
I have a choice?
Well, which would you have preferred 12 years ago?
A boy.
In that case, open the closet.
Our son is in the closet? What's he doing in there?
He's being punished for running away 12 years ago. That's why you've never seen him. He joined the army.
That's impossible. He was a tiny infant.
But sure, he joined the infantry.
Infantry,
Now, open the closet and meet your son.
You open the closet, Bill. I haven't got the strength.
Okay, George.
Hello, Daddy.
Not me, kid.
Oh, no. This man is your daddy.
Oh, pardon me. Hello, Daddy.
Hey, wait a minute. I've seen this kid in pictures.
You have? Well, isn't that wonderful? He can support you when you're too old and feeble to work.
Yeah, hand him your paycheck, kid.
Now, Bill, get out of here and take Junior with you. You can't be my son. He's an actor.
Well, maybe he takes after Gracie.
Goodbye, comedian.
So long, Daddy. Come on, kid.
Gracie, why do you do these things to me?
I did it to save our home, that's why. To keep you from buying lingerie for that other woman.
What?
Oh, you can get things for her, but not for your wife. Last week, I saw a pair of shoes I wanted, and you told me not to buy them.
But, Gracie...
For 2 cents, I'd take them out of my closet and throw them at you.
Honey, if you're talking about the girl at the bank, she helped me pick out the lingerie as an anniversary surprise for you. I thought you knew all about that.
Oh, a likely story.
Well, I'll call her over and have her explain.
I won't listen to her. Anything that hussy says will go in one ear and out the other. I might as well have a hole in my head.
Might as well, she says. I'll call her anyhow.
It's true, Mrs. Burns. Here's the lingerie wrapped as a gift with your name on it.
See, Gracie?
I only went with your husband to keep him from making a mistake. He wanted to buy you a chemise.
Oh, that would have been a mistake. We have no room for a pet.
Well, anyway, Gracie, you owe Miss Emery an apology.
Oh, well, I apologize, Miss Emery. I thought you were trying to steal my husband.
Oh, I assure you I would never do that.
Well, don't smile. Any woman would steal a man as handsome as George.
Oh, I'm sure they would.
Now, it's nothing to snicker about. Just look at that physique.
I am looking at it.
Now, stop that. Have you ever seen shoulders like that?
No, I never have.
Neither have I. He's terribly strong.
girl.
Yes, he is. Well, stop laughing. He is. He's loaded with sex appeal.
Break it up. All right, that's enough now. This day has been too much for me. I'm going in the den and get some rest.
Hello, Daddy.
Oh, no.
George and Gracie will return in just a moment. Join us again next Thursday when we'll all be back. George Burns, Gracie Allen, Bill Goodwin, Harry Lubin, the Maxwell House Orchestra, and yours truly, Toby Reed. And now, here are our stars.
Happy anniversary, Gracie.
Oh, same to you, George. And thanks for the lingerie. It's beautiful.
Did you enjoy dancing at Ciro's?
Oh, yes. What was that dance you did?
Well, I found out that Charleston was old-fashioned, so I did some up-to-date stuff. That was the varsity drag. Did you like it?
Oh, yes. But next time, try a little more varsity and a little less drag.
Good things.
The easy way.
Do you like good things the easy way? Then get instant Maxwell House coffee.
So good.
So good. True coffee flavor and fragrance, because Instant Maxwell House is not a so-called coffee product. It's all pure Maxwell House coffee in instant form.
And so easy.
So easy. Instant Maxwell House means great coffee instantly in your cup. No fuss, no muss, no bother. Today, try Instant Maxwell House. Instantly good to the last drop. Until next Thursday, then, good night and good luck from the makers of Maxwell House. The George Burns and Gracie Allen Show is written by Paul Henning and Keith Fowler.